It's funny, the things you remember when you look back. Not just the big, terrifying moments, but the small, mundane details that set the stage. For me, it all started with a rusty keycard dispenser and the faint smell of old coffee in the lobby. I was 27 then, fresh out of college, but already feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders, thanks to a mountain of student debt. My first real job wasn't exactly glamorous. I was a night auditor at the Blackwood Inn, a place nestled so deep in the Catskills, it felt like time itself had gotten lost somewhere down the winding mountain roads. The Blackwood wasn't one of those fancy resorts. It was a relic, a grand old dame from the 1920s that had seen better decades. Most of its business came from leaf peepers in autumn or the occasional weary traveler who preferred its creaky charm to a chain motel. My shift started at 11 at night and ended at 7 in the morning. For 8 hours, it was just me, the silence, and the faint hum of the ancient ice machine down the hall. Nights like those, especially in the dead of winter, could feel incredibly lonely. You learn to appreciate the smallest sounds, the rustle of a squirrel outside, the distant howl of a coyote, anything to break the monotony. I'd taken the job because it paid the bills, simple as that. Plus, the isolation suited my post-grad, figure-out-my-life mood. I told myself it was character building, a way to save up before I plunged into the real world. What I didn't realize was that it would build a character I never wanted to be, someone haunted by shadows and the echo of a scream. My routine was solid. Check-ins, check-outs, balance the books, set out the continental breakfast pastries, and patrol the halls once an hour. The patrols were mostly for show. I never expected to find anything more exciting than a forgotten newspaper or a guest sleepwalking. The inn had its quirks, sure, drafts that whistled like whispers, floorboards that groaned like old bones, and the kind of antique furniture that always seemed to watch you from the corners of your eyes. But I'd worked in old buildings before. I was good at rationalizing. Every unexplained creak was just the building settling. Every flicker of the lights was faulty wiring, simple, logical. And then there was room 616. It wasn't a room I'd ever been inside. According to the old ledgers, it had been sealed off decades ago. The story, whispered among the few long-term staff, was vague and unsettling. A guest had died there under mysterious circumstances back in the late 70s, and the owners, perhaps out of superstition or a desire to avoid bad press, had simply locked it up, removed it from the booking system, and painted over the door number from the outside. From the inside, it was still 616, but to all intents and purposes, it simply didn't exist. It was just a blank wall on the 6th floor, between rooms 615 and 617, its original door concealed by a cleverly matched wallpaper. No one ever mentioned it to guests. It was just part of the inn's forgotten history, a dusty secret. I'd heard the rumors, of course. Guests on the 6th floor occasionally reporting strange noises like muffled shouts or a woman crying coming from that section of the hall. But those reports were few and far between, easily dismissed as tired guests misinterpreting the inn's usual nocturnal symphony. Old buildings make noises, people have active imaginations, case closed. Or so I thought. The night it started was a full moon, not that I paid much attention to celestial events then. It was a Tuesday, late October, and the wind was howling like a banshee through the skeletal trees outside. I was halfway through my third cup of lukewarm coffee, hunched over the computer, checking inventory for the gift shop. The lobby was empty, the only sound the gentle hiss of the gas fireplace and the click of my mouse. Then the elevator chimed. It was a sharp, almost urgent sound in the quiet. My head snapped up. I hadn't seen anyone come down in hours and no one had checked in. I assumed it was a guest going for a late-night snack run or perhaps a smoker braving the cold for a cigarette outside, but the doors slid open to reveal an empty car. My brow furrowed. That happens sometimes. A guest might have pressed the wrong button or a minor electrical hiccup, nothing to worry about. I shrugged it off, going back to my screen, but a sliver of unease had already wedged itself into the calm of the night. It was an anomaly, small and insignificant, but enough to prick the edges of my practiced rationality. The kind of tiny, impossible detail that, when you look back, makes you realize the comfortable world you knew was already beginning to fray. I tried to push the elevator incident from my mind. Inventory calls for focus, and I needed all of mine to figure out why we had 3 cases of artisanal maple syrup when the system only showed 1. But the silence in the lobby felt heavier now, charged with a subtle tension. My eyes kept flicking towards the ornate brass doors of the elevator, half expecting them to open again, revealing nothing. The gas fireplace continued its gentle hiss, a sound that usually lulled me into a sense of peace, now just seemed to amplify the quiet. I managed to lose myself in the numbers for another hour, the glow of the monitor a small island of normalcy in the encroaching strangeness. It was a little after 2 when I felt it, a faint tremor. Not an earthquake, nothing so dramatic, but a deep resonant thrumming that seemed to vibrate up through the floorboards. It was the kind of vibration you'd feel if a heavy truck drove past, except we were miles from the main road and the inn was built like a fortress. My head shot up again. The thrumming lasted only a few seconds, fading as quickly as it had begun, leaving an unsettling echo in my chest. What was that? The old boiler, maybe. It sometimes clanked and groaned, but never like this. This was a low, powerful hum, almost felt more than heard, I stood up, my chair scraping loudly on the old carpet, and walked to the front desk, peering into the dim lobby. Everything was still. The grandfather clock in the corner ticked with its usual stately rhythm. No sounds from the floors above, nothing. I decided it was time for my hourly patrol. Perhaps a walk would clear my head and I could check on the boiler room in the basement. I grabbed my trusty flashlight, more for effect than actual need, as most of the inn was adequately lit, but it felt good to hold something solid, and headed towards the service elevator. The main one, the one that had just opened empty, felt too charged. The basement was a labyrinth of pipes, dusty storage rooms, and the inn's ancient heating system. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and old metal. The boiler, a monstrous contraption that looked like something out of a Jules Verne novel, was humming along, spitting out heat. I checked its gauges, listened for any unusual sounds. Nothing, just its usual working noise. No deep thrumming, no strange vibrations. I shone my flashlight into the darker corners, past cobweb-laden shelves filled with forgotten linens and broken furniture. The silence down here was absolute, save for the rhythmic pulse of the boiler. Dismissing the tremor as another anomaly I couldn't explain, perhaps a very distant rumble from construction, or even a low-flying aircraft I hadn't heard clearly, I took the service elevator back up. I started my patrol on the second floor, checking the emergency exits, ensuring all doors were properly secured. Everything was normal. Empty hallways, the faint scent of cleaning supplies, the distant snores of a guest from behind a closed door. Third floor, fourth, fifth, all quiet, all unremarkable. I made my way to the sixth floor, where room 616 was supposedly located. Even after all these years, a subtle chill always seemed to cling to this floor. It wasn't colder than the others, not physically, but the atmosphere felt different, heavier, like the air itself was holding its breath. I walked the length of the corridor, my footsteps echoing softly on the plush carpet. On one side were the even-numbered rooms, on the other the odd. I passed 615, then the blank stretch of wall where 616 should have been, then 617. The wallpaper was a faded floral pattern chosen decades ago and perfectly matched across that section of wall. If you didn't know, you'd never guess there was a door, let alone a room hidden behind it. It just looked like a long, uninterrupted hallway. As I passed the blank wall, I slowed down. I don't know why, a prickle ran down my spine. It wasn't a sound, not exactly, but a feeling, a subtle hum like the one I'd felt earlier, but localized, coming from within that wall. It was almost imperceptible, a ghost of a vibration. I stopped, holding my breath, straining my ears. The hum faded. Or maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the dead of night. Old buildings make noises, I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice a little too loud in the quiet hallway. People have active imaginations. I continued my patrol, quickening my pace slightly. I was almost at the end of the hall when I heard it. A whisper. It was soft, barely audible, just a breath of sound. It seemed to come from behind me, from the direction of 616. My heart gave a sudden lurch. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. The hallway was empty. The blank wall of 616 stared back at me, silent and inanimate. "Hello," I called out, my voice betraying a tremor I hadn't expected. No response, just the silence, now thicker, more oppressive than before. The air felt colder too, as if a sudden draft had snaked through the sealed-off hallway, though no windows were open. I stood there for a full minute, frozen, listening. Nothing, only the frantic thumping of my own heart. I told myself it was the wind, whistling through a loose pane somewhere, distorting the sound, making it seem like a voice. It was an old building, after all, but the wind wasn't whistling inside the hallway. My rational brain was fighting a losing battle against a primal unease. I was spooked. Shaking my head, I forced myself to continue, finishing the sixth floor and then heading up to the seventh. The top floor was always empty in the winter, reserved for the peak tourist seasons. It was even quieter up here, a tomb of silence. I usually hurried through it, a quick check, and then back down to the relative comfort of the lobby. As I walked down the seventh floor corridor, I glanced at the emergency exit at the far end. It was always a little stiff, hard to open. Tonight, something was different. The red exit sign above it seemed to flicker just for a second, and then I saw it. The handle, a solid brass bar, slowly, imperceptibly started to turn. My blood ran cold. No way, this wasn't a draft. This wasn't a building settling. I stood absolutely still, my eyes glued to the door handle. It turned a fraction more, then stopped. The mechanism gave a faint, metallic click, the sound sharp in the absolute silence. Someone was on the other side. Someone was trying to open the door from the outside. But that was impossible. The emergency exit led to an external fire escape. It was bolted from the outside, accessible only from the inside. There was no one out there. We were on the seventh floor, overlooking a sheer drop of frozen Catskills wilderness. My hand instinctively went to my pocket, searching for my phone. It wasn't there. I'd left it charging at the front desk, relying on the inn's landline for any emergencies. Panic began to claw at my throat. I couldn't just stand there. I had to investigate. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I forced myself to move. One step, then another, towards the door. My flashlight beam, which had been steadily shining ahead, now seemed to waver in my trembling hand. Each step felt heavy, like I was walking through thick mud. The silence stretched, waiting. I reached the door, the handle was still cold beneath my touch. I gripped it, testing it. It was locked, just as it should be. My mind raced. Had I imagined it? The flickering light, the turning handle, the click. My hands were clammy. My heart was pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I tried to rationalize. Maybe the old mechanism was faulty. Maybe a gust of wind strong enough to rattle the frame had caused the handle to twitch. But the exit sign had flickered, hadn't it? And the distinct click. No, this felt different. This was deliberate. I stood there staring at the door for what felt like an eternity. The chill in the air had intensified, wrapping around me like an icy shroud. The inn was no longer just old, it was alive. And whatever was alive within it was not friendly. Finally, unable to stand the oppressive silence and the rising fear, I turned and practically ran back to the service elevator. I slammed the lobby button with a shaking finger. The ride down felt interminable, the ancient cables groaning, the car swaying slightly. Each floor number that lit up felt like a small victory against the growing darkness. When the doors finally hissed open, revealing the warm, gaslit lobby, I practically stumbled out. I rushed to the front desk, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I grabbed my phone, clutching it like a lifeline. The screen showed 3 missed calls from my mother. She always worried, but I ignored them. I needed to call someone, anyone, to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. But who? My boss, in the middle of the night, what would I even say? The inn is haunted, the elevator opens itself, and the fire escape door is trying to open. I'd be laughed at, probably fired. I sat behind the desk, trying to collect myself, the glowing computer screen now a beacon of comfort. The silence of the lobby, which had been unsettling before, was now a welcome relief from the horrors of the upper floors. I picked up my lukewarm coffee cup, but my hand was shaking so much I almost spilled it. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to force my racing thoughts into some semblance of order. What did I know? 1. Empty elevator. 2. Mysterious thrumming vibration. 3. A whisper near room 616. 4. A door handle turning on the 7th floor fire escape. Separately, each could be explained away. Together, they formed a pattern, a disturbing tapestry of events that defied rational explanation. The common thread was me. I was the one experiencing them. Was I overtired, stressed, losing my mind? The thought was almost as terrifying as the events themselves. I remembered the old ledger for room 616. I had always been curious about it, but never enough to actually dig into the inn's dusty archives. Now, a desperate need for answers spurred me on. I knew where the old records were kept, a small, cramped office behind the front desk, filled with files dating back to the inn's inception. I swallowed hard, pushing myself out of the chair. My legs still felt a little rubbery. I walked into the archives, flicking on the harsh fluorescent light. Rows of filing cabinets crammed with decades of paperwork loomed around me. I started with the most recent, working my way backwards. Guest complaints, maintenance logs, staff rotas. My eyes scanned for any mention of strange occurrences, anything out of the ordinary. It took me a solid hour, my hands growing grimy from the dust. Most of it was mundane: a leaky faucet in room 302, a broken television in 501, a complaint about cold coffee from a Mr. Henderson in 1998. My hopes dwindled with each dusty folder. Then I hit the late 1970s. The files from that era were thin, many seemingly missing. It was almost as if records had been intentionally culled. I found a folder marked Incident Reports Q4 1978. My fingers trembled as I pulled it out. Inside were several handwritten notes scrawled on yellowed paper. Most were standard, but one caught my eye. It was dated October 27, 1978. A Tuesday, exactly 45 years ago to the day, give or take a few hours. The hair on my arm stood on end. The moon, I remembered, had been full tonight. Had it been full then, too? The report was brief, almost clinical. Guest Mrs. Evelyn Thorne, room 616, found deceased. Apparent suicide via fall from window. Coroner report pending. Room sealed off per owner's instruction. Apparent suicide. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken questions. Why apparent? Why fall from window when the windows in the Blackwood Inn were all secured with thick, heavy latches designed to prevent them from opening more than a few inches? And room 616, being on the 6th floor, had only a sheer drop to the rocky ground below. If someone had fallen, it would have been an instantaneous, gruesome death. But the whispers I'd heard, the old staff accounts, they spoke of mysterious circumstances, not suicide. My gaze drifted to another sheet of paper tucked behind the incident report. This one was even more unsettling. It was a formal complaint typed from a Mr. Benjamin Carter, dated November 5, 1978. To whom it may concern, I wish to formally register my extreme dissatisfaction and alarm regarding my recent stay at the Blackwood Inn, specifically in room 617. During the night of October 27, 1978, I was repeatedly disturbed by what I can only describe as violent thumping and shouting from the adjacent room 616. This continued for several hours, culminating in a blood-curdling scream around 3 a.m. Despite my repeated calls to the front desk, no one responded. The next morning, I was informed that the occupant of room 616 had tragically taken her own life. I find this explanation wholly unsatisfactory. The noises I heard were not indicative of a quiet, desperate act. They were the sounds of a struggle of terror. I urge you to investigate this matter further. I have already contacted the local authorities, who seem strangely reticent to pursue the matter. A scream, shouting, thumping, not a quiet suicide, a struggle, terror. My mind reeled, everything clicked into place with a horrifying precision. The muffled shouts or a woman crying that guests occasionally reported near room 616. The thrumming I'd felt earlier tonight like a deep vibration. The whisper I'd heard near the wall. And the empty elevator, the turning door handle, were these the echoes of a violent past stirred back to life? I felt a cold dread settle deep in my bones. Mrs. Evelyn Thorne died in room 616, a scream around 3 a.m. It was almost 3:30 a.m. now. I slammed the folder shut, heart pounding. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. I stumbled out of the archive office and back into the relative openness of the lobby, gasping for air. The gentle hiss of the fireplace, the familiar click of the grandfather clock, these sounds now seemed sinister, mocking. I looked up at the ceiling, trying to picture the layout of the inn, the sixth floor directly above me. Room 616, and something awful had happened there. My first instinct was to run, to grab my bag, my keys, and drive away from this place, never to look back. My student debt be damned, but I couldn't. I was the night auditor. I was responsible for the inn until 7 a.m. And what if I was wrong? What if this was all a terrible coincidence? My overactive imagination fueled by old legends and a few strange occurrences. I forced myself to sit down, trying to regain some semblance of composure. I needed to think. I needed to act. But what action could I take against a ghost? My eyes fell on the security monitor. It displayed a grid of blurry black and white images from various cameras around the inn, the lobby entrance, the parking lot, the main hallways on each floor. I usually only glanced at it when guests entered or left. Now I found myself staring intently at the feed from the sixth floor. It was just a static shot of the empty corridor, the floral wallpaper visible, the blank section where 616 was hidden. Nothing moved, nothing changed, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. I watched it for what felt like an hour, every muscle in my body tense, waiting for something, anything. The clock ticked, the fire hissed. The only sound was the frantic beating of my heart. Then around 4:15 a.m. it happened. On the monitor, a faint shimmer, not a person, not a shadow, more like a heat haze or a ripple in the air itself. It appeared directly in front of the blank wall of room 616. It pulsed once, a barely perceptible distortion of the image, then faded. My breath caught in my throat. I leaned forward, pressing my face closer to the screen. Had I imagined it, the low-resolution camera feed made it hard to tell. I rewound the digital recording a few seconds, playing it back. There it was again. The faint shimmer directly in front of 616 for just a fraction of a second. It wasn't a trick of the light. The hallway was uniformly lit. It wasn't a faulty camera. All other feeds were clear. It was something in that hallway, something that manifested briefly, right where Mrs. Thorne had met her terrible end. A new, terrifying thought burrowed into my mind. If something could distort the air, could it also affect the physical world? The elevator, the thrumming, the whisper, the fire escape door, all of it seemed to be a gradual increase in interaction, a testing of boundaries. I had to check, I had to go back up there. The thought made my stomach clench, but a perverse sense of duty or perhaps a morbid curiosity now outweighed my fear. I couldn't just sit here, watching a grainy monitor while something unseen stalked the halls of the inn. I grabbed my flashlight again, my grip tight on the cold metal. My phone was in my pocket, ready. If anything happened, I would call 911. I would tell them everything, no matter how crazy it sounded. Better to be crazy and alive than rational and gone. I opted for the service elevator again. As the doors opened onto the sixth floor, the chill I'd felt earlier was now undeniable, a sharp, penetrating cold that cut through my uniform. The air was heavy, thick, as if filled with static electricity. Every hair on my arm stood on end. The hallway was utterly still. The silence was profound, unbroken even by the distant sounds of the inn. It was an unnatural silence, the kind that presses in on your ears, making them ring. I walked slowly, deliberately, my flashlight beam sweeping the corridor. Nothing, just the faded wallpaper, the closed doors of 615 and 617, and the blank wall of 616. As I approached it, the cold intensified, becoming a physical presence wrapping around me, drawing me closer. My breath plumed in the frigid air. The air around the wall felt dense, almost viscous. I stopped directly in front of the spot where the door to 616 was concealed. I reached out a trembling hand slowly towards the wall. My fingers brushed against the wallpaper. It was cold, unnaturally so, like touching a block of ice. And beneath the paper I felt it, the faint, barely perceptible vibration, the thrumming. It was coming from inside. I pressed my ear against the cold wall, heart hammering against my ribs. I closed my eyes, straining to hear. For a moment, nothing. Then soft, faint, as if from a great distance, I heard it again. A whisper. This time it was clearer. Not just a breath of sound, but distinct syllables, though indistinct, muffled, as if spoken through layers of cloth or water. It sounded like a woman's voice. urgent, distraught. And then a new sound, a low, guttural moan. It wasn't human. It was deep, resonant, and filled with an ancient pain. It made the hair on my neck stand up. My eyes snapped open. I ripped my ear away from the wall, stumbling backwards. The moan continued, growing louder, more desperate. It seemed to come from all around me, echoing through the corridor, pressing in from the very walls. The air grew colder still, and a sickening smell filled my nostrils like old, damp earth mixed with something metallic, something like blood. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The temperature had dropped drastically in a matter of seconds. I was terrified, truly, utterly terrified. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee this place, to escape whatever malevolent presence had woken here. But then the moan morphed. It changed, rising in pitch, becoming unmistakably a woman's voice. Not a whisper now, but a cry, a sound of profound sorrow, of torment. It built, growing in intensity, filling the hallway, rattling in my teeth. It was the sound of someone in unbearable pain, someone begging for release. And then it solidified. It wasn't a cry anymore, it was a scream. A blood-curdling, soul-shattering scream. The kind of sound that rips through you, that vibrates in your very bones. It echoed down the hallway, sharp and raw, the sound of pure terror and agony. It was the same scream Mr. Benjamin Carter had heard all those years ago. It was Evelyn Thorne. I covered my ears, but it was no use. The sound was inside me, an unholy symphony of torment. The air around me exploded with unseen force. Papers dislodged from the small table outside room 617 flew through the air. The lights in the hallway flickered wildly, then died, plunging me into absolute darkness. My flashlight, which I dropped when the scream intensified, rolled across the floor. Its beam spinning wildly, illuminating brief, terrifying flashes of the empty hallway before it clattered against a wall and went out. I was alone in the dark on the 6th floor with her. Panic overwhelmed me. I scrabbled backwards, crawling on my hands and knees, desperate to escape the sound, the cold, the awful stench. My fingers brushed against something hard and cold on the floor. The flashlight. I fumbled for it, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it again. I clicked it on, the beam, thin and weak, cut through the suffocating darkness, revealing only the immediate patch of carpet in front of me. I scrambled to my feet, desperate to find the service elevator. As I turned, my flashlight beam swept across the blank wall of 616, and then I saw it. It wasn't wallpaper anymore. The subtle floral pattern was gone, replaced by a dark, rotting wood. An old, heavy wooden door with a tarnished brass knob and a rusted lock stood before me. It was half-rotted, the wood warped and splintered, black with age and what looked like patches of dried mold. It was the original door to room 616, no longer concealed, no longer hidden by wallpaper. It stood there, stark and real, in the middle of the hallway. And it was slightly ajar. A sliver of darkness, deeper and more absolute than the surrounding gloom, was visible through the gap. A faint, putrid smell wafted out, like decay and something else, something metallic and sickly sweet. My blood turned to ice. My mind screamed at me to run, to turn and flee, to never look back, but my feet were rooted to the spot. My flashlight beam was fixed on that terrifying, partially open door. The scream had stopped, the moan had ceased. The silence was back, more profound, more suffocating than before, but it was a different silence now, a knowing silence, a waiting silence. And then, from the blackness beyond the slightly open door, a sound emerged. A soft, almost imperceptible scratching, like fingernails dragging across rough wood. It grew steadily louder, scritch, scritch, scritch. My heart was beating so hard it felt like it would explode from my chest. I could feel the cold radiating from the open door, a palpable entity. My breath hitched. I swallowed, but my throat was bone dry. The scratching stopped. And then a new sound, closer this time, clearer. A dragging sound, heavy, slow, like something being pulled across the floor from within the room. Scrape, drag, scrape. My eyes were wide with terror, glued to the dark sliver of the opening. My mind screamed at me to close the door, to run, to do anything but stand there and witness whatever horror was about to emerge. But I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by a fear so profound, so absolute, that it stole my breath, my will, my very ability to think. The dragging sound continued, growing louder, closer to the opening. Scrape, drag, scrape. And then, from the impenetrable darkness within, a shadow fell across the floor of the hallway. It was not the shadow of a human, not a normal form. It was elongated, distorted, vaguely humanoid, but with limbs that seemed too long, too spindly, too broken. It stretched out, blacker than black, from the opening of the door, reaching towards me. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. My flashlight beam, still clutched in my frozen hand, trembled, casting dancing shadows around the terrifying, reaching shape. The dragging stopped, the room beyond the door was silent again. The shadow remained, frozen, reaching. And then, from within the deeper darkness of the room, something shifted. A faint light, like the dull glow of a dying ember, flickered into existence, deep inside room 616. It cast just enough illumination to show me something else, something far more horrifying than a mere shadow. A hand. It was skeletal, impossibly thin, the skin withered and papery, stretched taut over bony knuckles. The fingernails were long, broken, and black with grime. It was reaching out from the darkness, slowly, painstakingly, towards the edge of the now manifested half-open door. The dull light inside the room pulsed, growing infinitesimally brighter, offering another terrifying glimpse. I could see an arm attached to the hand, equally emaciated, covered in what looked like torn, decaying fabric. And beyond it, in the deeper gloom, something else, a face. It was gaunt, hollow-eyed, framed by stringy, matted hair. The mouth was open, stretched in a silent, eternal scream, revealing black teeth. The eyes were sunken pits of despair, but even in that faint, pulsing light, I could sense them, fixed on me. They were not alive, they were not human, but they were looking at me. It was Evelyn Thorne, or what was left of her. Her head tilted slowly, unnaturally, as if her neck was broken. A soft, wet clicking sound came from her. It wasn't the sound of bones. It was the sound of her jaw slowly opening and closing, like a puppet whose strings were being inexpertly manipulated. I finally found my voice, a strangled, wordless cry of pure terror. My muscles, finally breaking free of their paralysis, screamed in protest. I spun around, dropping the flashlight. It clattered to the floor, its beam still on, pointing uselessly at the ceiling. I ran. I ran faster than I ever thought possible, blindly, heedlessly, down the dark hallway. My feet pounded on the carpet, echoing loudly in the sudden, profound silence that followed Evelyn Thorne's appearance. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. My hands flew to the service elevator button, stabbing it repeatedly, praying for it to open. The red light above the door flickered. The familiar groaning of the ancient cables began, slowly, agonizingly slowly. I could feel her presence behind me. A palpable coldness, a suffocating despair seemed to wash over my back. I could almost hear the wet, dragging sound again, closer this time. My mind screamed that she was coming for me, that she was just steps behind, her skeletal hand reaching, her broken jaw clicking. The elevator doors finally slid open. I didn't wait for them to fully retract, practically throwing myself into the car. My fingers slammed against the lobby button, my eyes darting to the floor indicator, willing it to drop. As the doors began to close, my eyes instinctively darted to the gap. In the fading sliver of light from the hallway, just before the doors sealed shut, I saw it. A hand. It was the same skeletal, withered hand, emerging from the darkness, reaching for the closing doors just a few inches away. The fingernails were black, the bones stark. It wasn't moving fast, but it was there, stretching, reaching, desperately trying to stop the doors. My scream finally erupted, raw and primal, as the doors slid shut with a soft, final hiss. The enclosed space of the elevator felt like a tomb, but also a sanctuary. I collapsed against the wall, sliding to the floor, my chest heaving, tears streaming down my face. The elevator began its slow descent. Each floor that passed felt like another step away from the absolute horror I had just witnessed. My whole body was shaking uncontrollably. I could still see her face, those empty, dead eyes, the silent scream. I could still feel the icy cold, smell the decay. When the elevator finally chimed and the doors opened into the warm, inviting light of the lobby, I didn't hesitate. I stumbled out, half crawling, half staggering towards the front desk. My phone was still clutched in my hand, a useless piece of plastic against the supernatural. I didn't care about my job anymore. I didn't care about my student debt. All I wanted was to be away from this place, away from Evelyn Thorne, away from the Blackwood Inn. I scrambled behind the front desk, my hands fumbling for the inn's landline, the heavy, old-fashioned telephone. I didn't dial 911. My mind, still reeling from terror, instead instinctively dialed the number I knew by heart. My boss, Mr. Henderson, the owner of the Blackwood Inn. He answered on the third ring, his voice gruff and sleep-laden. "Henderson, what in the blazes do you want at what time is it?" "Mr. Henderson," I choked out, my voice raw, barely a whisper. You have to come here. Something is wrong." "Wrong? What's wrong? Is there a fire, a flood? What's going on?" His voice was annoyed, but there was a hint of alarm now, recognizing the sheer panic in my tone. "It's room 616, I gasped, trying to catch my breath. She's out, I saw her, the door had opened, she's here, she's real." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. A chilling, heavy silence that felt even worse than the screams. Then Mr. Henderson's voice, no longer annoyed, but suddenly very, very quiet. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "You saw what?" I tried to explain, to articulate the horror, the skeletal hand, the clicking jaw, the open door. But the words tumbled out, broken, incoherent, interspersed with sobs and gasps. I sounded like a madman. Another long pause. When he spoke again, his voice was different, harder, colder. "Listen to me very carefully," he said, each word deliberate, cutting through my hysteria. "You are to go to the security room. You are to delete the security footage from the 6th floor for the last 2 hours. Do you understand all of it? And then you are to go back to the front desk and you are to pretend that absolutely nothing has happened. No calls to anyone, not a word. I will be there as soon as humanly possible. My mind, still reeling, tried to process his words. Delete the footage? Why? To cover it up, to hide what I had seen. A fresh wave of fear, a different kind, washed over me. This wasn't just about a ghost. This was about something else. But I saw her, I whimpered. The door opened. She's gone, she's... I said delete the footage, he barked, his voice losing its controlled calm, revealing a deeper, more primal fear. Now, and not a word to anyone, or so help me you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Do you understand, boy? Do you understand what you're dealing with? The line went dead. I was left alone again, the receiver clattering in my hand. Mr. Henderson knew, he knew about Evelyn Thorne, and he wanted it covered up. The implication was terrifying. This wasn't just a haunting. This was a secret, a conspiracy far deeper and more sinister than I could have imagined. My eyes drifted to the security monitor again, specifically to the feed from the 6th floor. It was still dark, the lights still out from whatever had happened. But even in the darkness, a shape seemed to coalesce near where room 616 had been. A faint, indistinct movement. I shuddered, delete the footage, pretend nothing happened. But how could I pretend? How could I ever unsee what I had witnessed? The cold dread in my stomach intensified. I was trapped between a terrifying entity from the past and a living, breathing threat who clearly wanted to bury the truth. And it was still hours until morning. I had to choose, obey Mr. Henderson or expose the truth and risk what? I stared at the phone, the dial tone a shrill accusation in the quiet lobby. My heart was still hammering, but a different kind of dread had begun to mix with the primal fear of Evelyn Thorne. Mr. Henderson's voice, devoid of its usual sleepy gruffness, had been laced with something far more chilling, a cold, hard menace that spoke of profound secrets and a ruthless will to protect them. He knew, he clearly knew. And whatever he knew, it was bad enough to make him threaten me in the dead of night, for something he only heard about over the phone. My gaze flickered back to the security monitor. The 6th floor feed was still a murky black, the lights stubbornly dead. But the faint, indistinct movement was still there, a phantom ripple in the darkness, a hint of something restless. Evelyn Thorne. She was still up there in the dark in the corridor where the door to 616 had manifested. Delete the footage. The command echoed in my mind, an imperative that superseded all others. On one hand, the thought of erasing evidence of the terror I just experienced felt like a betrayal of my own sanity. It felt like allowing a monstrous secret to fester, but on the other hand, Mr. Henderson's threat was very real. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. And then the unnerving question, do you understand what you're dealing with? His fear had been palpable, a deeper, older fear than mine. He wasn't just worried about bad press or property values, he was genuinely afraid of something or someone. The image of Evelyn Thorne's skeletal hand reaching for the elevator doors flashed in my mind. The cold, the smell, the silent scream on her face. If Henderson knew about that and still wanted to cover it up, then whatever lay beneath was more dangerous than I could comprehend. My options felt brutally simple: face the unknown horrors of the inn's past, or face the very real, very present wrath of its owner. Between a ghost I couldn't understand and a living man who could ruin my life, or worse, the choice in that moment of terror and exhaustion was surprisingly clear: survival. My legs, still rubbery, somehow found the strength to carry me. I stumbled out from behind the front desk, moving towards the small, windowless security room tucked away behind the main office. The fluorescent lights inside flickered on with a buzzing hum as I flipped the switch, casting a harsh, sterile glow on the bank of monitors and the intimidating server rack. My hands trembled as I navigated the archaic security system. It was an old DVR setup, a clunky interface I only ever used to review parking lot incidents or settle guest disputes. Finding the 6th floor feed was easy. Scrolling back the timeline was easy. What wasn't easy was watching it. I saw myself on the screen, a small, insignificant figure walking down the corridor. I saw myself pause near the blank wall, then the flickering, the darkness, my flashlight beam sweeping wildly. I saw the vague outline of the wooden door appear, no longer concealed, slightly ajar. I saw myself stand frozen, paralyzed by fear. And then the light inside 616, the shadow, the skeletal hand. My breath hitched, my own guttural scream from the hallway was mercifully absent from the silent recording, but the visual was enough. It was all there, undeniable, horrifying. The camera was low-res, grainy, but clear enough to show a nightmare made real, clear enough to damn me. My finger hovered over the delete button. It felt heavy, laden with consequence. Erasing this wasn't just deleting data, it was deleting proof, deleting my own sanity, perhaps even deleting my own past. It was like denying the sun rose, even as it warmed my face. But Henderson's voice, cold and sharp, echoed again. Do you understand what you're dealing with? The image of the reaching hand, so close to the elevator door, solidified my resolve. I couldn't fight Henderson and the inn. Not tonight, not alone. I needed to buy time to survive until morning, until I could get out of here. With a profound sense of resignation and a metallic taste in my mouth, I pressed delete. The system word, a digital sigh. A progress bar, agonizingly slow, crawled across the screen. Deleting selected footage, please wait. My eyes remained glued to the monitor, watching the pixels, the data, the truth vanish into the digital ether. When it was done, the section of the timeline where room 616 had opened and Evelyn Thorne had reached out was blank. Just an empty, uneventful stretch of time. If anyone reviewed it, it would look like nothing had happened. Just a normal, quiet night, punctuated by a brief power flicker on the 6th floor. I sank into the rickety chair in front of the monitors, feeling a profound exhaustion settle over me. The adrenaline was draining, leaving behind a hollow ache. I had deleted the footage, I had obeyed, but the images were burned into my mind, etched into my memory. No digital erasure could remove the terror that had taken root in my soul. The clock on the wall of the security room showed 4:45 a.m., 2 hours and 15 minutes until my shift ended, 2 hours and 15 minutes until Mr. Henderson arrived. And what then? Would he believe my feigned ignorance? Would he be able to tell that I was shaking from head to toe, that my hands still trembled uncontrollably, that the smell of decay was still in my nostrils? I returned to the lobby, the harsh fluorescent glow of the security room replaced by the soft, gaslit warmth. It was a stark contrast, but offered no comfort. The space, which had felt so large and comforting hours ago, now seemed to press in on me, every shadow a potential hiding place for things unseen. I sat behind the front desk, trying to project an air of normalcy, a difficult feat when your entire world had just tilted on its axis. My phone was still clutched in my hand. I could call the police. I could expose everything. But Henderson's voice, cold and threatening, stopped me. He wasn't just talking about a job. He was talking about regretting it for the rest of my life. What did that mean, and what if the police wouldn't believe me? A lone night auditor claiming to see a ghost after deleting all the evidence. I'd be locked up for observation, not taken seriously. I thought about Mr. Henderson. He was a gruff man in his late 60s with thinning gray hair and a perpetually weary expression. He'd owned the Blackwood Inn for as long as anyone could remember, having inherited it from his father. He was a stickler for rules, for the inn's reputation, and fiercely protective of its history, though he never spoke about the unpleasant parts. He'd always dismissed the room 616 rumors with a wave of his hand and a cynical chuckle. Old wives' tales, son. This place is old, it creaks. People hear what they want to hear. But tonight, his reaction had been anything but dismissive. It had been raw fear, quickly masked by anger and menace. He knew about Evelyn Thorne not just as a historical incident, but as a living, breathing, active threat. And he knew that the door to room 616 opening was a major, terrifying breach. He also knew that the security footage would show it. This implied a deeper, ongoing struggle that he had been managing for decades. He wasn't just the owner, he was the keeper of a terrible secret. The inn's history, the vague whispers, the sealed-off room, Henderson's immediate, violent reaction, it all coalesced into a chilling picture. Evelyn Thorne hadn't just died here, she was trapped here. And something, perhaps the full moon, had stirred her from her slumber. And Henderson, perhaps through experience, knew exactly what the consequences of that stirring could be. The silence of the lobby, which had once felt heavy with terror, now felt simply heavy with unspoken secrets. I felt like a pawn in a game I didn't understand, caught between forces I couldn't comprehend. The minutes crawled by. I watched the clock, the sweep of the second hand, an agonizingly slow dance. Every creak of the inn, every gust of wind against the windows made me jump. I kept my eyes fixed on the lobby entrance, willing the sun to rise, willing Mr. Henderson to appear to bring an end to this torment. Around 6:30 a.m., a faint glow began to appear at the large picture windows overlooking the Catskill Mountains. The blackness outside slowly softened to a deep indigo, then to a bruised purple, and finally a pale milky gray. Dawn. Never had I been so relieved to see the sun. The ambient light of the lobby grew stronger, pushing back the shadows, making the ornate furniture and dusty decor seem less menacing, more mundane. I stood up, stiff and sore, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep and too many tears. I needed to finish my duties to make it seem like a normal shift. Automatic, routine, that's what Henderson would expect. I put out the continental breakfast pastries, muffins, croissants, coffee cake, my hands still shaking slightly but more under control now. I refilled the coffee urns, the aroma of fresh coffee a small, welcome comfort. The clock struck 7 a.m. I heard the distant crunch of tires on the gravel driveway outside, followed by the familiar thud of Henderson's heavy boots on the front porch. A wave of both relief and intense dread washed over me. He was here. The lobby doors swung open and Mr. Henderson walked in. He looked exactly as he always did at 7 a.m., disheveled, bundled in a thick winter coat, a travel mug in one hand, car keys in the other. But his eyes were different. They were sharp, piercing, and held a depth of sleepless worry I hadn't seen before. He didn't offer his usual gruff morning, son, or a nod. He just stared at me, his gaze calculating, assessing. "Morning, Mr. Henderson," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, professional. "Everything squared away, just finished with the breakfast spread." My voice came out a little too high, a little too strained. He didn't respond, just walked past the front desk and around to the back office, heading straight for the security room. I could hear the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights as he flipped them on. A few agonizing minutes passed. I stood perfectly still, my hands clasped tightly behind my back, trying to appear calm, nonchalant. Then he emerged. His face was unreadable. He walked over to the front desk, placing his travel mug down with a soft thud. He leaned against the counter, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on me. So he began, his voice low, deceptively casual. Rough night, huh? My heart hammered. This was it, the interrogation. Not particularly, Mr. Henderson, I replied, trying to sound genuinely confused. Same as usual, really. A few checkouts, balance the books, the usual. I forced a small, tired smile. He didn't return it, his eyes narrowed slightly. No strange noises, no flickering lights. Well, it's an old building, I said, shrugging, trying to match his casual tone. The lights flickered once or twice up on the 6th floor, I think, during my last patrol. You know how the wiring is, but nothing major, settled right down. He stared at me, his eyes boring into mine, searching for any tell, any flicker of deception. I held his gaze, forcing myself to project an image of exhausted normalcy. It was a Herculean effort. And the elevator, he pressed, his voice still low but with an edge now. Did it do anything unusual? The main one, no, not that I noticed, I lied smoothly. Just the usual creaks and groans, no issues. A beat of silence. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to an almost inaudible whisper. Did you delete the footage from the 6th floor, boy, for the last 2 hours like I told you? My blood ran cold. He wasn't asking if I saw something, he was asking if I obeyed. Yes, sir, I said, my voice barely a whisper now, unable to meet his gaze. Just like you said, had a little flicker up there, probably just the old wiring. Didn't want it to cause any unnecessary alarm if someone reviewed it. Another long, agonizing silence. I could feel his gaze on me, scrutinizing my every pore, my every twitch. The air in the lobby seemed to thicken, charged with unspoken menace. Finally, he straightened up, he sighed, a slow, weary exhalation that seemed to carry the weight of decades. Good, he said, the word clipped, final. That's good, now let's just make sure we're clear on this. Nothing happened last night, nothing at all. It was a perfectly normal shift, understand? Understood, Mr. Henderson, I said, my throat dry. He nodded slowly, his gaze still intense. Because if anything did happen, anything out of the ordinary and it got out, well, let's just say it wouldn't be good for anyone, especially not for you. He paused, letting the unspoken threat hang in the air. This inn has its secrets, we keep them, that's how we've always done business here. He turned and walked to the door of the office, but paused with his hand on the knob. He looked back at me, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, not just anger, but perhaps a touch of pity or warning. And stay away from the 6th floor, especially that section of the hall. Just stay away for your own good. With that, he disappeared into the office, leaving me alone again in the silent, now sunlit lobby. The morning light felt like a lie. I felt sick, physically ill with the weight of what I knew, what I had done, and what I was now complicit in. I was no longer just a night auditor at a quirky old inn. I was part of a cover-up, bound by fear and threat, and Evelyn Thorne, the thing I had seen, was still up there behind the blank wall, waiting. My shift was over. I grabbed my bag, my keys. I had never wanted to leave a place so badly in my life. I walked out of the inn, the fresh morning air cold and crisp, a stark contrast to the stagnant, fearful air inside. I got into my old car, started the engine, and drove away, not looking back, not daring to. The drive home was a blur. The rising sun, usually a symbol of hope, felt like a cruel joke. I kept seeing her face, her hand, the silent scream. I could still smell the decay. Every shadow seemed to hold a hint of that elongated, broken form. I reached my small, rented apartment, a relief to be in a place that felt safe, normal. I didn't sleep. How could I? I paced, I showered, I tried to watch TV, but my mind kept replaying the events, the terror, the cold, the words of Mr. Henderson. By midday, I was a wreck. I knew I couldn't go back to the Blackwood Inn, not ever. My student debt be damned. My survival instinct screamed at me to flee, to find another job, another town, another life, far away from the Catskills and its terrifying secrets. But then a different kind of thought started to coalesce in my exhausted mind. A nagging, persistent feeling that I couldn't just walk away. Mr. Henderson's fear, his knowledge, the decades of cover-up, it wasn't just about a ghost. It was about something deeper, something that had trapped Evelyn Thorne and now, perhaps, had trapped me too in a different way. I felt a strange, unsettling pull, a morbid curiosity, a sense of responsibility. I had seen her, I had heard her, I had, however briefly, made contact. And Mr. Henderson's chilling warning, "Do you understand what you're dealing with?" resonated with a deeper, unsettling truth. I didn't understand, and that was what truly bothered me. I spent the next few days in a haze of sleepless paranoia. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to lengthen, every creak of the old building sounded like a dragging footstep. I jumped at every noise, my phone rang, it was Mr. Henderson. I didn't answer, a text followed, "Call me." Then another, "We need to talk about your future." My future, it felt like a bad joke. My future, according to him, was to forget, to be silent, to pretend. But I just couldn't. Despite my terror, a rebellious spark ignited within me, the injustice of it all. Evelyn Thorne trapped and screaming and everyone covering it up. My own terror silenced. I couldn't just abandon her. I couldn't just abandon myself. I needed to find out more. I needed answers. I couldn't go back to the inn, not yet, but I could do some digging. I had heard the local library in the nearby town of Havenwood had an extensive archive of local history. Old newspapers, town records, perhaps even information about the Blackwood Inn that Mr. Henderson had carefully purged from his own files. The following morning, still feeling the exhaustion in my bones, I drove to Havenwood. The library was a small, charming building, filled with the comforting smell of old paper and dust. I sought out the local history section, pulling out dusty volumes of regional newspapers from the late 1970s. It took hours of painstaking research. Most articles were mundane: town council meetings, high school football scores, local bake sales. But then, on the microfilm for the Havenwood Chronicle, dated October 29, 1978, I found it. A small, almost dismissive article on an inside page. Tragedy at Blackwood Inn, guest dies in apparent suicide. The article was brief, confirming Mrs. Evelyn Thorne's death in room 616, attributed to a fall from a window. It mentioned local authorities had investigated and ruled it a suicide, citing personal distress. No mention of Mr. Benjamin Carter's complaint, no mention of any struggle. It was exactly as Henderson had wanted it. Quick, clean, forgot. But then my eye caught a name I didn't recognize in the byline. Reporting by Clara Monroe. And below the article, a tiny, almost hidden paragraph. Due to ongoing inquiries, the Havenwood Chronicle will continue to follow this story as new details emerge. Ongoing inquiries. My heart gave a hopeful leap. Someone had questioned it. Someone else hadn't believed the official story. Clara Monroe. I went back to the front desk of the library, my hands gripping the microfilm reel. "Excuse me," I asked the librarian, a kindly older woman with spectacles perched on her nose. "Do you have any records about a reporter named Clara Monroe? She wrote for the Havenwood Chronicle back in the late 70s. The librarian smiled. "Clara? Oh yes, I remember Clara. She was quite a firecracker, always digging into things, a real investigative journalist, even in a small town like this. She eventually moved away to a bigger city, I think, to pursue her career. Went on to do some impressive work from what I heard. Do you know where she might be now, or if she kept any personal archives, any notes on old cases?" I asked, trying to keep my voice even despite the surge of excitement. The librarian frowned thoughtfully. "Well, she was very thorough, always kept her research. I believe she used to donate some of her old papers to the Historical Society even after she left. You might check there." She paused, her gaze softening. "What's your interest in Clara's old stories, dear?" "Just doing some research on local history," I replied a little too quickly. "The Blackwood Inn, actually." A flicker of something crossed her face. Recognition, apprehension. "Ah, the Blackwood Inn," she said, her voice dropping slightly. "A grand old place full of character and stories." She gave me a long, knowing look. "Some stories best left untold, perhaps." I thanked her, my mind buzzing. The Historical Society, that was my next lead. I had to find Clara Monroe's notes. She might have uncovered something the police hadn't, something Henderson had buried. She might have the answers I desperately needed. The Historical Society was even dustier than the library, a collection of forgotten artifacts and papers housed in an old Victorian mansion on the outskirts of Havenwood. The curator, a stout, jovial man named Mr. Abernathy, seemed delighted to have a visitor interested in the late 20th century, a period often overlooked for the town's earlier, more colonial history. "Clara Monroe, you say?" Mr. Abernathy boomed, wiping his hands on his tweed jacket. "Oh yes, Ms. Monroe was a tenacious young woman, donated several boxes of her early research before she moved on. Mostly local government controversies, a few disappearances that were never solved. Let me see." He led me to a back room, stacked floor to ceiling with archived boxes. My heart pounded as he pulled out a dusty box labeled Monroe, see Early Works, 1976-1980. Inside, among meticulously organized folders, I found one simply marked, Blackwood Inn Thorne. My hands trembled as I opened the folder. Inside were photocopies of the newspaper article I just read, police reports redacted, but more detailed than Henderson's ledger, and pages of handwritten notes in a precise looping script, Clara Monroe's notes. I devoured them, my eyes scanning for any clue, any hint of the truth. She had interviewed Mr. Benjamin Carter, the guest in 617. His statement was there, almost word for word what I'd read in Henderson's archives, but with an added detail. Carter claimed the police had dismissed his account quickly, almost aggressively, telling him to stop making unfounded accusations. Clara had also interviewed other guests who had stayed on the 6th floor in the weeks before and after Evelyn Thorne's death. Several reported strange noises, crying, thumping, and even a faint guttural moan. But these reports had also been largely ignored by the authorities. What truly gripped me, though, was Clara's own investigative work. She had visited the inn trying to get into room 616, but had been politely yet firmly refused access by the then-owner, Henderson's father. She noted a strange, cold spot in the hallway near the room, and a faint, lingering smell she couldn't quite place but described as earthy and metallic. But it was her final few pages of notes, dated January 1979, that truly sent a chill down my spine. The official story is a lie, Clara had written, her frustration evident in the forceful strokes of her pen. Evelyn Thorne did not commit suicide. She was murdered, but not by a human hand. The police covered it up, pressured by the Henderson family. They fear bad publicity, but I suspect a deeper reason. They know something is wrong with that room they've always known. Then a paragraph that made my breath catch in my throat. I interviewed a retired caretaker, Silas Blackwood, whose family built the inn. He told me old tales, folklore he called them, about a presence that resides beneath the inn in the old limestone caves that the foundations were built upon. He spoke of an ancient darkness, restless and hungry, that occasionally reaches out. He said room 616 was always sensitive, a point of weakness where the veil between worlds thins. He warned against disturbing it. He also mentioned a specific ritual that was performed by his ancestors when things got out of hand, involving sealing a specific door, burying a key, and a blood offering to appease the shadows. But he wouldn't elaborate further, becoming very agitated. A presence, ancient darkness, reaches out, room 616, a point of weakness, a ritual, a blood offering. My mind reeled. It wasn't just a ghost. It was something far older, far more sinister, and it was tied to the very foundations of the Blackwood Inn. Evelyn Thorne had been its victim, and now I had seen it, I had disturbed it. Clara's final entry in the folder was a chilling premonition. I have a terrible feeling that whatever happened to Evelyn Thorne is not an isolated incident. This darkness, this entity is still there, waiting, and one day it will reach out again, it will find a new victim. I closed the folder, my hands shaking. Clara Monroe had been right, it had reached out again, and I had been the one to witness it. More than that, by deleting the footage, by remaining silent, I was now part of the cycle of secrecy, part of the cover-up that allowed this ancient horror to persist. I couldn't just walk away. My fear of Evelyn Thorne of Henderson was still immense, but a new emotion had joined it, a burning resolve. I had to understand this. I had to stop it if I could, for Evelyn Thorne and for myself. I needed to find Clara Monroe. She was the only one who had truly investigated, the only one who might know how to fight this. If she was still alive, she would be in her late 60s or early 70s now, but she was my last best hope. I spent the rest of the day at the Historical Society, poring over more records, looking for any mention of Silas Blackwood, the original builders, anything that could shed more light on the ancient darkness. I found fragments of local folklore, old wives' tales about the Catskills being thin places where spirits and darker things could cross over. Some mentioned the Blackwood family as being unusually attuned to the land, almost like protectors. But nothing concrete, nothing that explained the ritual or the blood offering. As dusk began to settle, casting long, eerie shadows across the Historical Society's quiet rooms, I felt a familiar chill begin to creep into my bones. The sun was going down, another night was approaching, and this time I wasn't at the Blackwood Inn, but I felt just as trapped, just as terrified. I had to be careful. Henderson was watching me, and something else was watching me too, something from the inn. I felt it, a faint psychic tether, a chilling awareness. Evelyn Thorne knew I had seen her, and whatever ancient evil had trapped her, it knew I was digging. I packed up the folder of Clara's notes, carefully tucking it into my backpack. I knew I couldn't just leave it there. This was my proof, my weapon, my lifeline. I drove back to my apartment, the darkness of the mountain roads feeling particularly oppressive. My phone buzzed again, another text from Henderson. "Don't ignore me, we need to talk, urgent." He wasn't going to let this go, and neither was I. My apartment felt colder than usual when I entered. I locked the door, bolted it, and drew the curtains. I turned on every light, trying to push back the encroaching shadows. I pulled out Clara's notes, spreading them across my kitchen table. I needed a plan. I needed to find Clara Monroe. I needed to understand what the ancient darkness was and what the ritual entailed. And I needed to do it all before Henderson could silence me, or before Evelyn Thorne, or whatever was controlling her, could reach out for me again. Sleep was impossible. I sat at the table, rereading Clara's notes, the horror of Evelyn Thorne's fate and the chilling implications of the ancient darkness spinning in my mind. The inn wasn't just haunted, it was a prison, a sacrifice chamber, built over something unspeakably old and evil. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to appear outside my window, I knew what I had to do. I couldn't go back to the Blackwood Inn, not without knowing more, but I couldn't hide either. I had to find Clara Monroe. She was the thread that could unravel this entire terrifying tapestry. I grabbed my laptop, determined to search for any trace of her. It was a long shot, but it was the only shot I had. I grabbed my laptop, the screen reflecting the pale dawn light, and began my desperate search for Clara Monroe. 45 years had passed since she'd written those chilling notes. She'd be an old woman now if she was even still alive. But she was my only lead, my lifeline in a deepening sea of terror and conspiracy. I started with simple searches: Clara Monroe investigative journalist, Clara Monroe Havenwood Chronicle, Clara Monroe missing persons investigations. The internet, a vast ocean of information, slowly began to yield results. Her name popped up on various news archives, articles from larger regional papers than national ones. She had indeed gone on to a distinguished career, winning awards for her hard-hitting journalism. particularly in uncovering local government corruption and cold cases. Her byline appeared less frequently after the late 2000s, suggesting retirement or a shift in focus. I narrowed my search, adding keywords like retirement, obituary, and current whereabouts. It was a painstaking process, sifting through hundreds of results, but the adrenaline from the previous night, mixed with the burning need for answers, kept me going. Finally, I found a small article from a university alumni magazine dated 5 years ago. It was a profile on Clara Monroe, celebrating her career and her recent decision to retire to a quiet life of writing and gardening in the Catskills. It even included a recent photo. An older woman, silver-haired but with the same sharp, intelligent eyes I imagined she'd possessed as a young reporter. The article mentioned she owned a small cottage near the town of Whisper Creek, about an hour's drive north of Havenwood. Whisper Creek, the name itself felt like a whisper of hope. She was alive, she was in the Catskills, she was close. I felt a surge of relief, quickly followed by a fresh wave of anxiety. What if she didn't want to talk? What if she dismissed me as crazy, just like the police had dismissed Mr. Benjamin Carter all those years ago? More importantly, what if Henderson found out I was looking for her? He had contacts everywhere, especially in these small mountain towns. And if he knew I was digging into the Blackwood Inn's secrets, especially seeking out a journalist who had also dug into them, the thought sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't just drive up to her house. That would be too risky, too direct. I needed a plan. I needed to approach her discreetly, perhaps even anonymously at first, to gauge her reaction, to see if she was still open to discussing the Blackwood Inn. I spent the next hour researching Whisper Creek. It was a tiny, idyllic village known for its antique shops and charming B&Bs, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else. That made discretion even more crucial. My phone buzzed again, vibrating across the kitchen table. It was Henderson. I ignored it. I couldn't face him, not yet, not until I knew more. He continued to call throughout the morning, leaving increasingly terse voicemails. Pick up the phone or you'll regret it. This isn't a game, boy. His voice was a low growl of menace. I deleted them without listening to the full message, trying to erase his voice from my head just as I had erased the security footage. By late morning, I had a rough plan. I would drive to Whisper Creek, find Clara Monroe's cottage, and observe it. Then I would figure out the best way to make contact without alarming her or drawing any unwanted attention from Henderson's network. I packed a small bag, my laptop, Clara's notes, a change of clothes, some snacks. I took out what little cash I had saved, knowing I couldn't rely on my bank account for long if Henderson cut me off. I filled up my car's gas tank, mentally preparing for a journey into the unknown. As I pulled out of my apartment complex, I kept an eye on my rearview mirror, a knot of paranoia tightening in my stomach. Was I being followed? Was Henderson watching? The winding mountain roads seemed to twist and turn not just geographically, but also morally, pulling me deeper into a labyrinth of shadows. The drive to Whisper Creek was beautiful, the Catskills in their late autumn glory, but I couldn't appreciate the scenery. My mind was racing, replaying Evelyn Thorne's skeletal hand, Henderson's threats, Clara's chilling notes about ancient darkness and blood offerings. Whisper Creek was exactly as I'd imagined, quaint, picturesque, and very, very small. I found Clara Monroe's address easily enough, tucked away on a quiet lane on the edge of town, surrounded by towering pines. It was a charming, albeit modest, cottage with a thriving garden even in the chilly autumn air. A small, well-maintained mailbox bore the name C. Monroe. I parked my car a few streets away, out of sight, and approached the cottage on foot, trying to look like a tourist out for a casual stroll. I walked past the house, doing my best to appear nonchalant. There was a car in the driveway, an older model sedan, well-kept. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, indicating someone was home. I needed to make contact, but how? Knocking on her door felt too abrupt, too potentially dangerous if she was connected to Henderson in some way or simply unwilling to revisit old trauma. I considered writing a letter, but that felt too slow. I needed to see her face to gauge her reaction, to establish trust. Then an idea sparked. The library. Every small town has one. Perhaps Clara Monroe, a former journalist and writer, frequented it. It was a neutral, public space. I found the Whisper Creek Public Library. It was even smaller than the one in Havenwood, a single-story building with a handful of patrons. I browsed the shelves, trying to look inconspicuous while keeping an eye on the entrance. After about 20 minutes, an elderly woman with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a sensible tweed jacket, walked in. It was Clara Monroe. Her movements were graceful, purposeful, and her eyes, though softened with age, still held a piercing intelligence. She headed straight for the new arrivals section, picked up a novel, and found a comfortable armchair by a window. She settled in, opening the book. This was my chance. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I walked over to the section she was in, pretending to look at books, slowly edging closer to her. My mind raced, trying to formulate the perfect opening. I couldn't mention the inn directly, not at first, not until I was sure. I cleared my throat, feigning a casual air. "Excuse me," I said, my voice a little shakier than I intended. I hope you don't mind me asking, but are you Clara Monroe, the journalist? She looked up from her book, her silver eyebrows raised slightly, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She regarded me with a steady, assessing gaze that made me feel like an open book. I am, she replied, her voice clear and surprisingly firm for her age. And who might you be, young man? My name is Protagonist's name, I said, extending my hand. It's an honor to meet you. I'm a great admirer of your work. I've been doing some research on local history, and I came across some of your articles from the Havenwood Chronicle, particularly your piece on the Blackwood Inn incident back in '78. Her eyes, which had been merely curious, now sharpened, a flicker of something unreadable, memory, apprehension, perhaps even suspicion crossing them. She didn't take my hand immediately. The Blackwood Inn, she repeated, her voice losing some of its earlier pleasantness, tinged now with a careful guardedness. That was a long time ago, and not a topic I often revisit in my retirement. I understand, I said quickly, dropping my hand, trying to project sincerity and desperation rather than threat. But your reporting, it was so insightful. You raised questions that no one else dared to. The ongoing inquiries you mentioned, the feeling that it wasn't suicide. I paused, then made the leap. I work there now, or I did, as the night auditor. Her gaze intensified, searching my face. She closed her book, setting it carefully on the table beside her chair. The night auditor, she mused, a hint of recognition in her tone. I remember Silas Blackwood, the old caretaker, telling me they always had a night auditor, always someone keeping watch. She leaned forward slightly. Why are you here, Protagonist's name? What makes a young man seek out a retired journalist about a decades-old story she's trying to forget? I knew this was the moment of truth. I had to be honest, but without sounding completely unhinged. Because I saw her, I whispered, leaning in slightly, my voice hushed. Evelyn Thorne, I saw what happened in room 616, or rather, what's still happening there. Clara Monroe didn't dismiss me. She didn't laugh. She didn't even look shocked, not truly. Instead, a profound sadness settled over her features, mingled with a weary understanding. She simply nodded slowly. I knew it, she said, her voice barely audible. I always knew she wasn't at rest. What did you see? Relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. She believed me, or at least she was willing to listen. I quickly recounted the events of that terrifying night, the empty elevator, the thrumming, the whispers, the appearance of the door, the full manifestation of Evelyn Thorne, the skeletal hand reaching for the elevator. I spoke of Henderson's phone call, his threats, the forced deletion of the footage, and the chilling warning to stay away from the 6th floor. Clara listened intently, her eyes never leaving my face. She didn't interrupt, didn't question, just absorbed every word, her expression growing graver with each detail. When I finished, the silence in the library felt heavy, charged with the weight of my confession. So it truly has woken again, she murmured, more to herself than to me. She ran a hand over her silver hair. Silas always said it was cyclical, that it would be quiet for decades, then stir again when the conditions were right. The full moon, perhaps, or simply someone sensitive enough to notice. Her eyes fixed on me again. And you, Protagonist's name, you are sensitive. You saw what others ignore. But what is it, Ms. Monroe? I pressed, my voice urgent. Your notes mentioned an ancient darkness, a presence beneath the inn, a ritual, a blood offering. What did Silas Blackwood mean? Clara sighed, a long, mournful sound. Sit down, Protagonist's name, she said, gesturing to the chair opposite her. This is a story that cannot be told standing up, and it's a story that very few people know or believe. A story Mr. Henderson and his family have spent generations burying. I pulled up the chair, leaning forward, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The Blackwood Inn, Clara began, her voice taking on a narrative quality, as if she were dictating a story she'd held in her mind for decades, was built on a lie, not a lie of construction, but a lie of purpose. The Blackwood family, the original builders, they weren't just innkeepers. They were guardians, keepers of a threshold. She explained that the inn wasn't simply situated near limestone caves, but directly above a deep, ancient system of caverns that ran beneath a significant portion of the Catskills. These weren't ordinary caves. According to the Blackwood family lore, they were a thin place, a nexus point where the boundary between worlds was exceptionally weak. And within those caves, something ancient and malevolent resided. Silas, the caretaker I interviewed, Clara continued, he was the last of his line to truly believe in the old ways. His ancestors, the ones who built the inn in the late 1700s, were almost like a cult. They didn't build the inn to attract guests, they built it to contain something, to manage the presence. She described how the Blackwood family had discovered the entity, which they referred to only as the Dweller, during the initial excavations for the inn's foundation. It was a pre-human, pre-natural intelligence, a parasitic force that fed on fear, despair, and most potently life force itself. It wasn't a ghost in the traditional sense, but something far older, far more alien. They couldn't destroy it, Clara explained. They tried, but it was too powerful, too deeply embedded in the very earth, so they devised a way to suppress it, to keep it dormant. And that's where room 616 came in. Room 616, Clara revealed, was specifically designed. It was the focal point, the anchor for the Dweller's influence within the inn. The original builders understood that the entity needed a point of egress, a place where it could exert its will, where the veil was thinnest. So they built room 616 not to contain a guest, but to contain it. She explained that the room itself was a kind of trap. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, they were imbued with ancient wards and sigils, painted and carved into the very structure, designed to dampen the dweller's power, to keep its primary influence confined to that one space. The original door, the one I had seen manifest, was also part of this elaborate containment system, laced with specific woods and metals that were said to repel or bind such entities. But containment is never absolute, Clara said grimly, especially not for something so ancient and persistent. The Blackwoods learned that the dweller needed to be appeased periodically to prevent it from fully breaching the containment, from reaching out and feeding indiscriminately. This was where the ritual and blood offering came into play. It sounds barbaric, I know, Clara said, seeing the horror on my face. But Silas swore it was the only way. For generations, the Blackwood family would perform a ritual, a specific sacrifice, not of blood in the sense you might imagine, but of a carefully chosen life to satiate the dweller, to buy another few decades of peace. I stared at her, my mind struggling to comprehend. A human sacrifice, I whispered, my voice thick with revulsion. Clara closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them, her gaze weary. Silas never explicitly said human sacrifice, she clarified. He spoke in riddles about a life freely given or a life deemed forfeit. He implied that not all sacrifices were unwilling, but the implication was clear enough for me. Someone had to die intentionally within room 616 under specific conditions to reinforce the binding. It was a horrible, terrible deal the Blackwoods made with whatever was beneath therein. Evelyn Thorne, I breathed, the pieces falling into place with sickening clarity. She wasn't a suicide, she was a sacrifice. Clara nodded slowly. That's what Silas believed. He also said that after the family died out and the inn passed to the Hendersons, the rituals stopped. The Hendersons were outsiders. They bought the inn, but they didn't inherit the knowledge or the duty of the Blackwoods, not at first. They simply knew the inn was problematic. They tried to keep the room sealed to ignore the problem. But it didn't stay ignored, I finished, thinking of Mr. Benjamin Carter's complaint, the thumping, the scream. Exactly, Clara confirmed. The dweller starved, grew restless, and room 616, no longer regularly appeased, became a point of increasing weakness. Evelyn Thorne was likely the first truly unwilling victim under the Hendersons' watch. The dweller reached out, drawn by her fear, her vulnerability. She was chosen. And the Hendersons, instead of performing the horrific ritual themselves, simply tried to cover it up to maintain the facade of a respectable inn. They understood the consequences of the dweller being fully unleashed, but they lacked the old family's knowledge, or perhaps the stomach, to truly deal with it. So Mr. Henderson, he's not just covering up a ghost story, I said. He's covering up a mass extinction event waiting to happen. Precisely, Clara said gravely. If the dweller were to fully break free, it would unleash a wave of terror and madness across the Catskills, perhaps beyond. Silas warned that it would twist and corrupt, feeding on the very essence of life itself, turning the landscape into a desolate wasteland of despair. The Blackwoods built the inn to prevent that. The Hendersons simply tried to keep a lid on it, fearing what might happen if anyone ever truly knew. Or if the entity was provoked too much. And by seeing Evelyn Thorne, by having her reach out to me, I provoked it, haven't I asked, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. You've certainly caught its attention, Clara confirmed, her expression grim. And it sounds like you've caught Henderson's attention in a way that suggests he knows the containment is failing. The door manifesting Evelyn Thorne's full physical appearance, those are significant breaches. It means the dweller is gathering strength. It's no longer content with just whispers and cold spots. It's actively trying to manifest, to find a way out, or to draw another victim in. What can I do? I asked, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Henderson wants me silent. The dweller wants me what? Another sacrifice. Both, I suspect, Clara said. Henderson wants to keep the lid on this, for the sake of humanity perhaps, but certainly for the sake of his family's legacy and the inn's dark secret. And the dweller it wants to feed. And you, protagonist's name, after what you witnessed, after making contact, you are now connected. You are a potential conduit or a new target, perhaps both. Silas mentioned sealing a specific door and burying a key, I recalled, trying to remember Clara's notes. And the wards on room 616. Are there any other ways to fight it? Clara nodded. That's what I spent years trying to find out after Silas told me his family's tales. He mentioned ancient texts, grimoires, hidden within the inn itself. The Blackwoods were not just architects, they were occultists in a way. They studied ways to contain the darkness. He spoke of certain symbols, certain materials, certain energies that could reinforce the seals. But where are these texts? The inn's archives are mostly mundane business records, I said. They wouldn't be in the regular archives, Clara mused. Silas implied they were hidden, deep within the inn, perhaps in a secret room or behind a false wall, somewhere only the Blackwood family and later, perhaps only the Hendersons would know how to access. She paused. After Silas passed away, I lost my best source. I tried to continue my research, but I hit dead ends. Without the family lore, it was impossible to discern the truth from mere superstition. I eventually had to let it go, it was consuming me. But now it's back, I stated, the reality of my situation settling heavily on me, and I'm caught in the middle. Yes, Clara agreed, and Henderson will not let you walk away now that you know. He will either try to silence you permanently, or he will try to control you, to make you part of his own desperate measures to keep the dweller contained. A chilling thought struck me. What if he tries to force me to perform a ritual? Clara's face hardened. It's a possibility I've considered. If the containment is truly failing and he's desperate, he might resort to what he knows the Blackwoods did. But he doesn't have the full knowledge, the precise rituals. It could go horribly wrong. So what do we do? I asked, feeling a strange mix of fear and a grim determination. We can't just let the dweller break free, and I can't let Henderson make me into his next sacrifice or his next complicit secret keeper. Clara leaned back, her eyes distant, as if looking through the library walls through the mountains to the inn itself. We need more information, she said, her voice firm, resolute. We need to find those texts, the Blackwood grimoires. They will contain the specific instructions for containment, for reinforcement, and perhaps for true banishment if such a thing is even possible. But how do we get into the inn? I asked. Henderson will be watching, and I don't think I can face that room again, not without knowing what to do. You won't have to, Clara said, her eyes meeting mine, a spark of her old journalistic fire igniting. Not alone, you have the knowledge of what happened, you have the connection to the inn, I have the historical background and perhaps the critical thinking to piece together the Blackwood's methods. We work together, but we need an inside man, someone who can get into the inn without raising Henderson's suspicion. Someone who can look for these hidden rooms, these texts. Who, I asked, who would be crazy enough to do that? Clara smiled faintly, a knowing glint in her eyes. I know just the man, someone who worked for Henderson for years, a former maintenance man at the inn. He's old now, but still sharp, and he always had an ear for the inn secrets. He was the one who quietly corroborated some of Silas's tales to me after Silas died. He was even fired by Henderson for prying too much. His name is Frank Miller. He lives not far from here. Frank Miller, I repeated, a glimmer of hope, an ally. But first, Clara said, her voice turning serious again, we need to secure the information we already have. Your notes, my notes, everything. Henderson will be looking for you, and if he suspects you found me or that you're digging deeper, he will come for you and for me. She stood up, gathering her book. Come, protagonist's name. My cottage is small, but it's discreet. We can organize our thoughts there, and then we contact Frank. I followed her out of the library, the world outside feeling both more dangerous and more purposeful than it had moments before. The sun was still bright, but the shadow of the Blackwood Inn and the ancient darkness it housed felt long and cold, reaching all the way to Whisper Creek. We drove back to Clara's cottage. Inside, it was cozy and warm, filled with books, plants, and the comforting scent of herbs. It felt like a sanctuary, a small island of normalcy against the encroaching tide of the supernatural. Clara made us both a cup of strong tea, the warmth a welcome comfort against the chill that still permeated my bones. We spread out her old notes and my research printouts on her kitchen table, turning her quiet cottage into a war room. Okay, Clara said, poring over her handwritten pages. Silas mentioned a false wall in the old kitchen behind the original hearth. That was where the Blackwoods kept their more esoteric implements, he said. And he also spoke of the library, the one in the inn, having a section of shelves that was more than it seemed. The inn's library, I mused. I spend hours there sometimes. I've never noticed anything unusual about the shelves. Because you weren't looking for it or you didn't know how to look, Clara pointed out. These things are usually hidden in plain sight, disguised by clever mechanisms or coded instructions. The Blackwoods were experts at concealing their knowledge. Our immediate goal was clear. Locate Frank Miller, enlist his help, and devise a plan to get him, or us, if necessary, inside the Blackwood Inn to search for these hidden texts. I pulled out my laptop again, this time to search for Frank Miller. Clara provided what details she knew, his approximate age, his last known address in a nearby town called Elmwood, his history with the inn. It took some digging, but I found an old property record under his name. He was still in Elmwood in a modest home on the outskirts of town. Now for the tricky part, Clara said, pushing her teacup aside. Approaching Frank, he's a cautious man, and for good reason. Henderson made his life difficult after he started asking too many questions. He won't believe us just because we say so. He'll need proof, or at least a very compelling story. I have a compelling story, I said, a grim smile touching my lips. I saw Evelyn Thorne. I can tell him everything I saw, and I have your notes. Clara nodded thoughtfully. Yes, your first-hand account will be powerful, and my notes will lend it credibility. But we need to be careful. If Henderson is truly monitoring you, he might already be aware you're not at your apartment. He might even try to intercept us. So we go at night, I suggested. No, too suspicious, Clara countered. Mid-morning, when people are at work or running errands, less chance of being noticed. We'll take my car, it's unassuming, and we'll leave your car here out of sight. A decoy, perhaps, if Henderson were to come looking for you. I agreed. The plan, though still fragile, felt like forward momentum. After hours of terrified paralysis, taking action, even small steps, felt empowering. We ate a quick late lunch discussing the details of our approach to Frank Miller. Clara impressed upon me the importance of not mentioning Henderson directly at first, just the facts about the inn, she advised. The manifestations, the research, let Frank come to his own conclusions about Henderson's involvement. As the afternoon waned, a different kind of anxiety began to settle in. It wasn't the primal terror of Evelyn Thorne, but the subtle, creeping dread of being hunted, of being outmaneuvered by a powerful, ruthless man. I knew Henderson would not give up easily. He had decades of secrets to protect. We need to be ready for anything, Clara said, echoing my thoughts. Once we involve Frank, we are truly on a path from which there is no return. If we expose the dweller or disrupt the containment without understanding the full consequences, it could be catastrophic. But if we do nothing, it will continue to feed, and eventually it will break free. Her words solidified my resolve. This wasn't just about me anymore. It was about Evelyn Thorne and everyone else who might fall victim to the ancient darkness. It was about preventing a catastrophe. We decided to wait until the next morning to visit Frank. It would give us a few hours of much-needed rest, though I doubted I would get much sleep. As evening approached, Clara turned on a few lamps, bathing the cottage in a soft, warm glow. The quiet hum of her refrigerator, the gentle ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner, the scent of her dinner simmering on the stove all felt like precious anchors to a world that suddenly seemed very fragile. But as I looked out the window past the cozy light of the cottage, into the deepening twilight of the Catskill Mountains, I felt it again. A faint, almost imperceptible prickle on the back of my neck. That chilling sense of being watched, that psychic tether. Evelyn Thorne, or the dweller, using her as a lure. It knew I was digging, it knew I was seeking answers, and it wouldn't be long before it or Henderson found me. I clenched my fists, a shiver running down my spine. The sanctuary of Clara's cottage felt safe for now, but I knew it was only a temporary reprieve. The real work, the real danger was just beginning. We needed to find those Blackwood texts, and we needed to find them before it was too late. The night at Clara's cottage was restless. Despite the comforting warmth and the scent of lavender from her garden, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of leaves outside sounded like an approaching footstep, a whisper from the darkness I now knew resided beneath the Blackwood Inn. My mind replayed Clara's chilling words: ancient darkness, parasitic force, blood offering. Evelyn Thorne's skeletal hand, reaching for me, was a constant, terrifying image behind my eyelids. Clara, however, seemed to possess a quiet strength. She'd made me up a bed in a small guest room, urging me to rest. "We'll need our wits about us tomorrow," she'd said, her voice calm and steady. While I tossed and turned, I heard her moving about her study for a while, perhaps reviewing her own notes, preparing for the task ahead. Her courage was infectious, a small but vital spark in my growing fear. As dawn broke, painting the Catskill peaks in hues of rose and gold, I felt a familiar pang of unease. The sun, once a symbol of safety, now felt like a temporary reprieve, a fragile shield against a malevolence that simply retreated into the shadows, waiting for nightfall. Clara was already up, brewing coffee, its rich aroma filling the kitchen. She moved with an air of quiet determination. "Good morning, protagonist's name," she greeted, her eyes assessing my tired face. "Rough night, I imagine." I nodded, grateful for her understanding. Understatement of the year. "We face a monumental task," she said, pouring me a mug of coffee. "And it won't get any easier, but we are not powerless. Knowledge is our first weapon." After a quick, silent breakfast, we prepared to leave. Clara advised me to dress in unremarkable clothes, blending in as much as possible. I left my car hidden in her garage, just in case Henderson's network extended even to Whisper Creek. We took her modest, slightly dated sedan, a vehicle that screamed harmless retiree more than covert operation. The drive to Elmwood, the small town where Frank Miller lived, was quiet. The autumn scenery was stunning, but I saw little of it, my mind fixated on the impending meeting. Clara kept her gaze on the road, her expression thoughtful. "Frank is a good man," she finally said, breaking the silence. "He lost a lot after he spoke to me. Henderson made sure he couldn't find work in the hospitality industry around here again. He's proud and he's cautious. He won't be easily swayed." "I'll tell him everything," I promised, "every detail." We found Frank Miller's house on the edge of Elmwood, a small, neat bungalow with a well-tended vegetable garden. An old pickup truck sat in the driveway. It looked unassuming, a stark contrast to the dark secrets we carried. Clara pulled into the driveway and we both got out. My heart thumped against my ribs. This was it, another step deeper into the rabbit hole. As we walked up the path, a man emerged from the side of the house, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. He was a powerfully built man, even in his late 70s, with a shock of unruly white hair and sharp, intelligent blue eyes that seemed to miss nothing. He wore overalls and a worn flannel shirt, and there was a smudge of dirt on his cheek. He looked exactly like a retired maintenance man. Clara Monroe, Frank Miller said, his voice gruff, but with a hint of surprise and perhaps even pleasure. Well, I'll be. What brings you out to my neck of the woods after all these years? He eyed me suspiciously. And who's this young fella? Frank, Clara said, a warm smile on her face. It's good to see you. You're looking well. This is protagonist's name. We need to talk, Frank. It's about the Blackwood Inn. Frank's face immediately hardened. His eyes flickered to me again, then back to Clara, a flash of old pain and suspicion in their depths. The Blackwood Inn, he repeated, his voice flat. Thought you'd given up on that ghost story, Clara, and I thought I told you I ain't got nothing more to say about that place. Henderson made sure of that. Frank, please, Clara urged, her voice soft but insistent. What we have to say is urgent. It concerns not just the inn, but, well, it concerns everything. We wouldn't have come all this way if it wasn't critical. He hesitated, his gaze still fixed on me. I tried to project an image of honesty and desperation. After a long moment, he sighed, running a hand through his white hair. All right, he conceded. Come on in, but if you're here to waste my time, I got weeds that need pulling. We followed him inside. His house was as neat as his garden, filled with tools, fishing gear, and framed photos of a life lived. He led us to a small, cozy living room. We sat on a floral couch, and Frank took an armchair opposite us, leaning forward, his arms crossed, his expression wary. So, he began, his eyes on Clara. What's so urgent about that damn inn? Clara turned to me. Go on, protagonist's name, tell him. I took a deep breath. Mr. Miller, I began, my voice steadying with each word. I was the night auditor at the Blackwood Inn. Just a few nights ago, I saw something in room 616. Frank snorted. Another one. Always someone seeing something in that room. Cold spots, whispers, flickering lights. Henderson always said it was the old wiring, the drafts, nothing but old wives' tales to scare the tourists. But even as he spoke, there was a subtle tension in his jaw, a flicker in his eyes that betrayed a deeper knowledge. It wasn't just flickering lights, Mr. Miller, I said, leaning forward, trying to convey the full horror of it. The door to room 616 appeared, not just the outline, but the full, solid door where the wall usually is. And then I saw her, Evelyn Thorne. She was a monster, a skeletal, broken thing, screaming in silence, and she reached for me. I recounted the entire terrifying ordeal, from the thrumming in the elevator to the smell of decay, to Henderson's phone call and subsequent threats, forcing me to delete the footage. I didn't hold back, letting the fear and the injustice of it all color my words. As I spoke, Frank's initial skepticism slowly began to drain away, replaced by a growing horror and a grim recognition. He uncrossed his arms, his hands clenching and unclenching. His gaze, which had been wary, now held a haunted, faraway look. When I finished, the silence in the room was profound, broken only by the ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner. So it woke up again, Frank said, his voice a low growl filled with a primal fear I hadn't expected. God help us all. He looked at Clara. You were right, Clara, all those years ago. Silas wasn't just a crazy old man telling stories. He always knew. Clara nodded, her expression solemn. He did, Frank, and he told me enough that night to put the pieces together, the dweller, the containment, the sacrifices. Frank flinched at the word. Aye, the blood price, horrible business, he rubbed his temples. Henderson, that bastard, he never knew what he was really dealing with, did he? Just kept trying to sweep it under the rug like a broken pipe or a leaky roof, but you can't patch a hole in hell. He knows enough to know the consequences of the dweller breaking free, I said. Clara told me the Blackwoods built the inn to contain it, to prevent a catastrophe. Henderson is just desperate to keep the lid on it. Desperate, Frank scoffed, but also ignorant. He only knows half the story, maybe a quarter. The Blackwoods, they were powerful. They knew the rituals, the ancient ways. Henderson, he just knows how to keep a secret and how to strong-arm folks into keeping quiet. But he ain't got the knowledge to truly fight it. That's why we're here, Frank, Clara said gently. Silas told me about hidden grimoires, texts hidden within the inn containing the true knowledge of the Blackwood family's methods. Wards, rituals, perhaps even a way to truly banish it. We need to find those texts. Frank looked at us, his blue eyes intense. Hidden texts, you say? Silas did mention that, now that you jog my memory. Spoke of a forbidden library and the Blackwood's true ledger. Said it was for those who understood the inn's true purpose. He frowned. He never told me where exactly, just hinted. Did he give you any clues, Frank? I pressed. Anything about secret rooms or unusual features? Frank leaned back, his gaze distant, lost in memory. He was always a bit cryptic, Silas, said the Blackwoods were clever, hid things in plain sight, but he did mention a few things, tidbits he probably shouldn't have, spoke about the old kitchen behind the original hearth, said that was where the Blackwoods kept their more esoteric implements, their working tools, he called them. And he spoke of the main library, the big one, the one with all the ancient tomes. Said one of the shelves was more than it seemed, a portal to deeper truths. I always figured he meant a secret passage or something. My mind raced. Clara mentioned those things too, the old kitchen hearth, the library shelves. There's also the cellar, Frank added, his voice dropping. Not the regular wine cellar, but deeper, beneath it. The Blackwoods built the inn on top of those caves. Remember, the foundation goes way down. There were always stories amongst the old staff about a sub-cellar, a place nobody went. Silas hinted it was where the real roots of the inn were. Said it was sealed after the last Blackwood died, sealed by Henderson's father, who was just as spooked by it all. A sub-cellar, I repeated, a shiver running down my spine. Likely connected directly to the caverns to the dweller. Frank confirmed, and probably where the strongest wards are, the deepest secrets. If there's any truth to those grimoires, some of them might be down there, or the key to understanding them at least. But how would we access it? Clara asked, pulling out a small notebook and pen, jotting down Frank's words. It's sealed, you said. That's the thing, Frank replied, a wry smile touching his lips. I used to be maintenance, remember. I knew every nook and cranny of that old inn, and I was always a bit of a curious cat. Silas told me enough to make me think, and when I started poking around, Henderson got real nervous, said I was damaging historical property, but I found a few things. He paused, a glint in his eye. The old kitchen hearth. It's not just a hearth, it's a mechanism. There's a specific sequence to press certain stones, a specific turn of a certain lever hidden in the mantelpiece. It opens a passage behind it, a small room dark and dusty, but it was where the Blackwoods kept their private things. I never went in, not fully, just peeked. Too spooky for me even then. But I saw some strange-looking stuff in there, books with weird symbols. Trinkets made of bone and iron. My breath hitched. You know how to open it. Frank nodded. I remember the sequence. Took me weeks to figure it out just by observing old Silas when he thought no one was looking and a bit of tinkering. Henderson wouldn't know it, only Silas and his family. Maybe Henderson's father knew it, but I doubt he passed it on. He just sealed up everything and tried to forget about it. In the library shelves, Clara asked, her pen flying across the page. A different beast, Frank said, shaking his head. That one was more sophisticated. Silas would sometimes run his hand over a specific section of books, murmur something under his breath, and a small panel would slide open on the floor nearby, like a tiny dumbwaiter but for documents. He'd put something in or take something out. I never figured out the exact trigger for that one. Probably a sound-activated lock or something to do with the vibrations of the books themselves. Way above my pay grade. So the old kitchen hearth is our best bet for now, I concluded. It's physical, measurable, and you know how to open it. I do, Frank confirmed. He looked at us, his eyes serious. But getting into the inn, that's another matter. Henderson's probably got security beefed up now that you've spooked the place, protagonist's name. He won't be taking any chances. My shift ended at 7 a.m., I said. He'll be there or one of his relief staff, and I'm certainly not going back through the front door. Clara tapped her pen against her notebook. We need a plan, a very discreet plan. Frank, are you willing to help us? Frank leaned forward, his gaze meeting Clara's. Clara, after what protagonist's name just told me, after hearing that damn thing has woken up again, I can't just sit here and pull weeds. Silas always said if that thing got out, it'd be the end of everything. He told me enough to keep me awake at night for years. I thought I was just an old fool believing ghost stories, but you've shown me the truth. He paused, his expression resolute. I'll help for Silas. For everyone. Relief, hot and potent, washed over me. An ally, an experienced, knowledgeable ally. But we need to be smart, Frank continued. Henderson knows the inn like the back of his hand, and he's a mean old bastard when he's spooked, and he's definitely spooked now. I'm sure he's looking for me, I admitted. I left my car at Clara S., hoping to throw him off, but he's been calling and texting, leaving threats. Then we have to move quickly, Clara stated, closing her notebook, before he decides to do something more permanent about you, protagonist's name, or before the dweller finds a new victim. We spent the next few hours in Frank's living room, meticulously planning our approach. Frank knew the inn's layout, its blind spots, its creaks and groans better than anyone. He outlined the best entry points, the security cameras, most of which he'd installed himself, knowing their limitations and the staff's schedules. The loading dock at the back, Frank suggested. It's rarely monitored after the last delivery in the early evening. There's an old service entrance that leads directly into the kitchen area, past the main staff areas and into the older part of the inn, near where that old hearth is. I know the lock. It's a simple one Henderson never bothered to upgrade. I still have a key. That's perfect, Clara said. We go after midnight when the night staff is usually on their rounds, but before the early morning deliveries. Henderson will likely have the night auditor, or whoever he's got on duty now, patrolling the guest areas, maybe even keeping an extra eye on the 6th floor, Frank explained. But the service areas, especially that old kitchen, are usually neglected. He'll be focused on the guests, not on a back door he thinks is secure. Our plan began to solidify. I would be the primary one entering with Frank, as I was younger and knew where the current library was. Clara would be our lookout and getaway driver, parked discreetly nearby, ready to raise an alarm or pick us up at a moment's notice. We need to be silent, Frank stressed. Like ghosts, any noise, any shadow out of place, and Henderson will know. We discussed what to look for in the hidden room, grimoires, old maps, anything that could shed light on the nature of the dweller and its containment. Frank warned us that the old kitchen area itself was creepy even without supernatural elements. It's where all the old pipes run, where the inn breathes, he said. Lots of strange noises, you'll need a strong stomach. As dusk began to settle outside Frank's window, casting long shadows across his comfortable living room, a palpable sense of tension filled the air. The reality of what we were planning, breaking into a place of ancient horror, weighed heavily on us. One more thing, Frank said, his voice low. The sixth floor, you said Evelyn Thorne reached out to you, protagonist's name. If you're in the inn, that connection, that awareness, it might be stronger. That thing, the dweller, it knows you. It might try to draw you in. You need to be strong. You need to focus on the task. I know, I said, a shiver running down my spine. The memory of her hand, the icy grip, was still vivid. I'll be careful. We decided to meet back at Clara's cottage after our meeting with Frank. We needed to organize our gear, flashlights, a small pry bar just in case, and a backpack for the grimoires. Clara insisted we also bring a small first aid kit. Saying goodbye to Frank, I felt a strange mix of dread and determination. He was an invaluable asset, and his willingness to help solidified my own resolve. We were no longer just two people with a terrifying secret, we were a team. Back at Clara's, the cozy cottage now felt like a temporary command center. We ate a simple dinner, the conversation subdued, our minds already at the Blackwood Inn. Clara reviewed her notes, sketching out a rough map of the inn's service areas based on Frank's descriptions. We go in 2 nights from now, Clara decided. That gives us time to fully prepare, to get our heads in the right space. Tomorrow we rest, we mentally rehearse, we gather what we need, and we stay off Henderson's radar as much as possible. I agreed. The idea of another sleepless night was daunting, but the thought of facing the dweller unprepared was worse. As darkness consumed the Catskills, I felt the familiar prickle on my neck again, stronger this time. It wasn't just a feeling, it was almost a whisper, a cold breath against my ear, Evelyn Thorne or the dweller. It was reaching for me, trying to test the strength of the psychic tether that now bound us. It's getting stronger, isn't it? Clara murmured, her eyes fixed on me as if sensing my unease. The connection. I nodded, swallowing hard. It's like it knows what we're planning, or it knows I'm still here, still involved. Clara put a reassuring hand on my arm. Then we must be even more resolute. What we do for Evelyn, and for all the others who might fall victim, and for ourselves. I spent another night wrestling with terror, but this time it was tempered by the grim resolve that had taken root within me. I was no longer a pawn. I was a player, however small, in a game that spanned centuries, a fight against an ancient evil, and I wouldn't back down. The next day was a blur of quiet preparation. We double-checked our equipment. Clara sharpened a small utility knife, and I mentally walked through Frank's detailed layout of the inn, trying to commit every hallway, every junction to memory. Clara coached me on discreet movement, on silencing my footsteps, on being hyper-aware of my surroundings. We kept the lights low in the cottage, speaking in hushed tones, almost as if the very walls had ears. The outside world, the normal world, seemed to recede, replaced by the grim reality of our mission. Henderson's calls and texts had stopped, an eerie silence that felt more menacing than his threats. Was he waiting, watching, or had he simply given up on me, moving on to more direct measures? The thought was unsettling. By nightfall, an electric tension filled the air. We were ready. As the moon began its slow ascent, casting a silvery glow over the silent Catskills, I felt the familiar chill. The dweller, it was out there in the inn waiting, and in a few short hours we would be walking straight into its lair. Clara gave me a final, steady look. Remember what Silas Blackwood said, she reminded me. The inn's true purpose is to contain, its secrets are its strength and its weakness. We're going to find that weakness, protagonist's name. I nodded, my throat dry, my heart hammering in my chest. The time for hiding was over, the time for action had come. We got into Clara's car, the silence punctuated only by the soft click of the doors. She started the engine and we drove off into the moonlit night, heading back towards the towering, silent silhouette of the Blackwood Inn. Our destination, a place of unspeakable horror where an ancient darkness waited, and we were going to expose it or die trying. The drive was tense, each mile bringing us closer to the inn, closer to the source of the dread that had consumed me. The winding mountain roads seemed darker, the trees more menacing, their branches clawing at the night sky. Clara drove with a quiet focus, her hands steady on the wheel, her profile illuminated by the pale glow of the dashboard lights. Remember the plan, she said, her voice a low murmur. Frank will meet us at the Elmwood Access Road near the old logging trail. He'll walk us to the loading dock from there. We won't take my car all the way to the inn's property line, too risky. I nodded, my stomach churning. I had reviewed Frank's crude map of the inn's service areas 100 times in my head. I knew the general layout, the blind spots and the security. But a map was one thing, the actual living, breathing inn, infused with the essence of an ancient evil, would be another entirely. We met Frank exactly as planned. He emerged from the shadows of the logging trail, a weathered duffel bag slung over his shoulder. He gave us a grim nod, his eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. All clear, he whispered. No signs of Henderson's goons, but stay sharp. We parked Clara's car off the main road, deep in the tree line, hidden from view. Clara handed me a small, powerful LED flashlight and a multi-tool. Only use the light when absolutely necessary, she advised. And keep your wits about you. Your connection to the inn, it might make you feel things. My skin already tingled, a faint, cold sensation creeping up my arms. The closer we got, the stronger it became, the dweller it knew. Frank led the way through the thick undergrowth, his movements surprisingly agile for his age. We navigated the uneven terrain in silence, the only sounds the rustle of leaves beneath our feet and the distant hoot of an owl. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine, and faintly beneath it all, that sickening, metallic-earthy smell Clara had described from her first visit to the inn years ago. Soon the outline of the Blackwood Inn loomed ahead, a dark, imposing silhouette against the moonlit sky. It looked even larger, more formidable than I remembered, a sleeping monster waiting to awaken. The guest room windows were mostly dark, a few scattered lights indicating a handful of visitors, oblivious to the horror sleeping beneath their feet. Frank led us to the back of the inn, past the dumpsters and the service vehicles, towards the loading dock. He moved like a shadow, hugging the periphery, avoiding the dim security lights that cast pools of yellow on the concrete. Clara moved with surprising stealth, her journalistic instincts honed from years of undercover work. I tried to emulate them, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. We reached the service entrance, a nondescript steel door tucked away in a shadowed alcove. Frank knelt, pulling a small keyring from his pocket. He selected a key, a plain brass one, and inserted it into the lock. It turned with a soft click. "All right," Frank whispered, pushing the door open just enough for us to slip through. "Kitchen service entrance. Leads to the back pantry, then into the old kitchen. Be ready for anything." He slipped inside first, then I, and finally Clara. The door closed behind us with a soft, ominous thud, plunging us into near-total darkness. The air inside was heavy, stale, and noticeably colder than outside. That smell, the earthy metallic scent, was stronger now, a faint, unsettling tang. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on for a brief moment, letting the beam cut through the blackness. We were in a narrow, dimly lit corridor lined with shelves of supplies. The walls were painted a utilitarian beige, but in the gloom they seemed to press in on us, stained with years of neglect. Frank, though, didn't hesitate. He led us through a labyrinth of pantries and storage rooms, his footsteps silent and purposeful. We passed the active kitchen, thankfully empty at this hour, its stainless steel gleaming faintly in the ambient light from distant hallways. The rhythmic hum of refrigerators and the distant clanking of pipes were the only sounds. We emerged into a larger, older section of the inn, the original kitchen. It was vast, cavernous, with a high ceiling and a massive stone hearth dominating one wall. This was it, the place Frank had described. The hearth was indeed immense, easily big enough to roast an ox. Its stones were blackened with centuries of smoke, and a heavy iron mantelpiece stretched across its top. Dust motes danced in the faint shafts of moonlight filtering through a high, grimy window. The air here was even colder, prickling my skin. "Okay," Frank whispered, shining his small penlight on the hearth. "This is it. The mechanism is hidden in the stonework and in the mantelpiece." He began to work, his fingers tracing the rough surface of the stones, pressing in specific places. I watched, mesmerized, as he moved with the practiced ease of someone intimately familiar with the building. Clara stood beside me, her eyes darting around the vast kitchen, ever vigilant. "The Blackwoods," Frank murmured, his voice strained with concentration. "They were master craftsmen, and master occultists, apparently. This whole inn is a puzzle box." He pressed a specific stone, then another, his movements precise. I heard a faint click, then another. He reached up to the iron mantelpiece, his fingers exploring its ornate carvings. He found a small, almost imperceptible lever disguised as part of the decorative ironwork. He pulled it down. With a low groan that reverberated through the ancient stones, a section of the hearth, a large slab of stone, slowly began to slide inwards, revealing a dark, narrow opening behind it. A hidden room. A wave of frigid air, thick with that metallic earthy smell, spilled out from the opening, causing an involuntary shiver to run down my spine. The darkness within seemed to swallow the light from Frank's penlight. "There," Frank breathed, a hint of awe in his voice despite the grim circumstances, "just like Silas said." Clara stepped forward, her flashlight beam cutting into the darkness of the hidden room. It was small, no more than 6 by 8 feet, and incredibly dusty. Cobwebs draped from the ceiling, thick with age, but what truly drew my eye were the contents of the room. Shelves lined the walls, sagging under the weight of ancient tomes. Books, their leather bindings cracked and faded, their pages yellowed with time, filled every available space. Some were bound in strange, dark woods adorned with symbols I didn't recognize. Others were wrapped in aged cloth, their titles obscured. And on a small, rickety table in the center of the room sat a collection of strange artifacts. Bone talismans, tarnished silver amulets, and a single heavy key forged from dark iron, adorned with intricate swirling patterns. "The grimoires," Clara breathed, her voice filled with a reverence I hadn't heard before. "And the tools, this is what we came for." And that key, Frank pointed, his voice hushed. That's not just any key. Silas spoke of an iron key, a key to the deeper darkness for the subcellar. He said it was sealed away when the Blackwood line ended, put in a place of safety. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the information, the power we needed to fight the Dweller. We need to be quick, I urged, my eyes scanning the shelves. The air in the room felt heavy, almost suffocating, as if the knowledge contained within those books was palpable, pressing down on us. Let's grab what we can. We began to carefully but quickly gather the most promising-looking books. Clara prioritized the ones with the most detailed or cryptic titles, and those adorned with symbols that resembled the ward Silas had described. Frank, with his maintenance man's eye for practical detail, focused on any books that looked like ledgers or instructional manuals. I, however, found myself drawn to a specific section of the shelves, almost as if an invisible force was guiding my hand. My fingers brushed against a thick, leather-bound volume, much larger than the others. Its cover was bare, unadorned, but beneath the dust I could make out a faint, unsettling sheen as if the leather itself was alive. A shiver ran down my spine. This book felt different, potent. As I reached for it, a sudden, piercing cold shot through my hand, making me gasp. The metallic earthy smell intensified, assaulting my nostrils, almost overwhelming. And then a whisper, faint but distinct, echoed in my mind. Not Evelyn Thorne's silent scream, but a deeper, more ancient sound. A guttural growl filled with malevolence and hunger. "What is it, protagonist's name?" Clara hissed, her flashlight beam snapping to me. I felt something, I stammered, pulling my hand back, rubbing it instinctively. The cold lingered, an icy phantom, a whisper, a presence. Frank's face was grim. "It knows we're here, it has felt us, we need to go now." I knew he was right. We had the grimoires, we had the key. We had what we came for. Lingering was foolish, dangerous. I grabbed the large, unadorned volume that had called to me despite the lingering chill in my hand. It felt heavy, filled with an oppressive weight. We crammed as many books as we could into Frank's duffel bag and my backpack. Clara carefully wrapped the iron key in a piece of cloth, securing it in her own bag. "All right," Frank said, his voice urgent. "Let's close this up and get out of here." He began to reverse the sequence, pressing the stones, turning the lever. With another low groan, the hidden section of the hearth slowly slid back into place, sealing off the room and its remaining secrets. The heavy stone slab clicked shut, leaving no trace of the passage. But the cold, the smell, and the pervasive sense of dread lingered. "It's after us," I whispered, my heart racing as we began to retrace our steps through the old kitchen. I could feel it, a chilling awareness, a growing pressure behind my eyes. The Dweller was stirring. As we navigated the dark corridors, a new sound began to filter through the inn's ancient walls. A faint, low thrumming, rhythmic and unsettling. It was the same sound I had heard in the elevator that night, the sound that heralded Evelyn Thorne's arrival. "The elevator," I breathed, looking at Frank. "It's active." Frank's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine fear in them. "That ain't right. The service elevator is usually quiet, and the main one, it ain't usually this active in the middle of the night unless someone's checking in. No one was scheduled." Clara gripped my arm. "It's reacting to our presence, to the stolen grimoires. It's trying to find us." The thrumming grew louder, closer. It reverberated through the floor beneath our feet, a low, ominous pulse. And with it, a new sound, faint at first, then growing in intensity, a soft, dragging scrape, like something heavy being pulled across a floor. "That's not the elevator," Frank whispered, his face pale in the dim light. "That's coming from above, from the guest floors." My blood ran cold, the dragging sound. Dragging scrape, like something heavy being pulled across a floor. My blood ran cold, the dragging sound. The Blackwood Inn's ancient timbers groaned around us, amplifying the eerie noise. It was not the gentle creak of an old building settling, but a deep, resonant sound like an immense weight being deliberately moved, floorboard by agonizing floorboard. It was coming from above us, somewhere on the guest floors. "That's not Evelyn," I whispered, my voice barely audible above the rising thrum of the elevator and the escalating scrape. "That's something else." The cold that had permeated the hidden room now seemed to spread throughout the entire old kitchen area, clinging to our clothes, seeping into our bones. The metallic earthy scent intensified, sharp and acrid like rust and decay. Frank's face was etched with terror. Silas never spoke of anything like this. This is new." His usual gruff confidence had vanished, replaced by a primal fear. His hand instinctively went to the small, rusty pipe wrench he always carried tucked into his belt, a relic from his maintenance days, a futile weapon against an ancient evil. Clara, ever the pragmatist, grabbed both our arms, her grip surprisingly strong. "We can't linger. That thing knows we're here and it's reacting. We have to move now." Her eyes darted around, assessing our escape route. The kitchen service entrance, our way in, was still our only way out. The thrumming from the elevator shaft vibrated through the floor, a deep, resonant pulse that seemed to mirror the frantic beat of my heart. The dragging sound grew louder still, echoing down the main stairwell that was just beyond the active kitchen area. It sounded heavy, deliberate, and impossibly slow, as if whatever was making it reveled in the terror it instilled. "It's coming down," Frank gasped, his eyes wide. "Whatever it is, it's coming down the main staircase." The main staircase was far from the service entrance, but to reach our exit, we had to pass through a narrow corridor that opened into the main service hall, which itself was connected to the grand foyer where the staircase began. If whatever was descending the stairs reached the main floor before we got out, we'd be trapped. "Keep close," Clara ordered, pushing us forward. "No lights unless absolutely necessary." She extinguished her own penlight, plunging us into a deeper gloom. My hand instinctively went for my flashlight, but I fought the urge to switch it on. The darkness felt like a flimsy cloak, but a cloak nonetheless. We moved as silently as we could back through the labyrinthine pantries and storage rooms. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every rustle of an unseen rat in the walls sounded like a monstrous footstep. The air grew colder with each step, the metallic scent thickening until it was almost suffocating. My psychic tether to the dweller, to Evelyn Thorne, felt like a taut, vibrating string pulling at my consciousness. I could almost feel its eyes on me, heavy and cold. The dragging sound intensified, closer now, a grating scrape against stone and wood. It was rhythmic, relentless, scrape, pause, and with it a faint, rhythmic thump like a pulse. My mind struggled to comprehend what could make such a sound, something large, heavy, and definitely not human. As we reached the corridor leading to the main service hall, the thrumming of the elevator suddenly stopped. The ensuing silence was almost worse than the noise, a void of sound that made my ears ring. Then, with a jarring clang, the elevator doors on the main floor burst open, not quietly sliding, but violently lurching apart as if ripped open by an unseen hand. A wave of intense cold washed over us, bringing with it a horrifying, familiar smell of putrefaction and decay. It was the smell of Evelyn Thorne, but magnified, amplified, as if the source of the rot itself was now fully present. "It's Evelyn," I choked out, a wave of nausea sweeping over me. My vision blurred for a moment, and I saw a flash of spectral light like moonlight on decaying bone. The dweller was using her as a conduit, a weapon. "No, not just her," Frank whispered, his voice trembling. "The dragging, that's not a ghost, that's something else, something solid." We peered cautiously around the corner of the corridor, our eyes struggling to adjust to the deeper shadows of the main service hall. Ahead, dimly lit by a distant emergency exit sign, the main elevator door stood agape, leaking cold and despair. And from the main lobby, beyond the archway, we could see the bottom of the grand staircase. And on the staircase, slowly, excruciatingly descending step by step, was the source of the dragging sound. It was immense, not Evelyn Thorne's frail skeletal form, but something far, far larger. It appeared as a shapeless mass, a shifting amalgamation of shadows and indistinct forms, yet possessed of a terrible, palpable weight. It seemed to be made of solidified darkness, studded with glints of something that looked like fractured bone and tarnished metal, all coated in a viscous, glistening slime. It moved with a slow, grinding determination, its lower half a broad, flattened expanse that scraped against each marble step with that horrifying sound. Its upper portion rose towards the high ceiling, vaguely humanoid in outline, but grotesquely distended with too many limbs, too many angles, too many eyes that seemed to glow with a faint, malevolent red light in the gloom. It was not a ghost, it was a manifestation. The dweller itself, or at least a significant part of it, pulled from the depths, given monstrous form by the breach of its containment. The grimoires, I breathed, the realization striking me with a fresh wave of terror. Taking them, it made it manifest. Clara gasped, pulling me back hard against the wall. "Don't look at it too long," she hissed. "It feeds on fear, on attention." But it was too late. My eyes were locked onto the horror. And then, as if sensing my gaze, its multifaceted, glowing red eyes swiveled, fixing on our position. A low, guttural growl, not of sound but of pure psychic pressure, slammed into my mind. It was a soundless roar of ancient fury and insatiable hunger, a direct assault on my sanity. My knees buckled, my head swam. I felt a piercing cold, not just on my skin, but deep within my mind, an icy claw trying to pry open my consciousness to feast on my terror. The psychic tether flared, burning and freezing all at once, as if the dweller was actively trying to rip itself through the bond to consume me. "Look away, protagonist's name," Clara commanded, shaking me roughly. "Focus, breathe." I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing myself to break contact. The psychic assault lessened, but the cold and the buzzing dread in my skull remained. I could still feel it, even with my eyes closed, its immense, malignant presence filling the inn, pressing down on us. Frank was already halfway to the service door, frantically fumbling with the lock. "It's faster than I thought," he whimpered. "It's sensing us." The grinding scrape from the staircase sped up, becoming a frantic, desperate clatter as the monstrous entity seemed to accelerate its descent. It knew we were trying to escape. Clara pushed me towards Frank. "Go get the door open." She kept her eyes on the main lobby, ready to shout a warning. I stumbled forward, my legs still weak, the grimoire-filled backpack heavy on my shoulders. Frank was swearing under his breath, his hands shaking as he struggled with the deadbolt. Damn thing's stiff, Henderson never rolled it right. The scraping sound was deafening now, incredibly close. I could hear other noises too, the creak of stressed timber, the faint drip 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 of something viscous falling onto the marble floor. And then from the direction of the elevator, a low, keening wail, thin and ethereal, yet filled with profound sorrow and anger. Evelyn Thorne. She was there too, drawn by the power of the dweller, or perhaps even controlled by it. She's a distraction, Clara muttered, or a lure, don't fall for it. Frank finally got the bolt to slide back with a protesting thunk. He wrenched the door open, revealing the blessed, cool night air outside. Go, 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 he urged, waving us through. I scrambled out first, stumbling onto the concrete loading dock. Clara followed, then Frank. But as Frank turned to pull the door shut, a massive, shadowy limb, thick and slick with unidentifiable goo, shot out from the dimly lit service hall. It slammed into the metal door with sickening force, denting the steel and tearing the hinges, preventing it from fully closing. The limb, too fast for us to react, then lunged forward, grabbing Frank by the ankle. No, Clara screamed. Frank let out a cry of pain and terror as he was yanked off his feet, his head cracking against the concrete. The monstrous limb, surprisingly strong and agile, began to drag him back into the inn, towards the looming darkness. Frank, I yelled, adrenaline surging through me, overriding the fear. I grabbed Frank's outstretched hand, pulling with all my might, even as the monstrous limb continued to drag him. It felt like trying to hold onto a rock sliding down a mudslide. Clara, without a moment's hesitation, dropped her bag, pulling out the small, sharp utility knife she had sharpened earlier. She lunged forward, slashing at the thick, slimy limb that held Frank. The knife, designed for cutting rope or fabric, seemed useless against the thing. It scraped against the creature's surface with a sickening squelch, leaving only a shallow furrow. But it bought us a fraction of a second. The creature recoiled slightly, a guttural shriek of pure malevolence echoing from within the inn's depths, a sound that seemed to shred the very fabric of the air. It wasn't a cry of pain, but of ancient rage. The key, Clara yelled, her eyes wild, still trying to hack at the limb. The iron key, get it. I had almost forgotten about it. The iron key, the key to deeper darkness, the one that was supposed to seal the subcellar. Could it repel the dweller? Frank, dazed but still conscious, gasped, the key in Clara's bag, my jacket pocket. Clara's bag was lying on the concrete. I dove for it, rummaging frantically. My fingers closed around the cloth-wrapped key. It felt warm, almost hot in my hand. The monstrous limb, enraged, tightened its grip on Frank, pulling him further into the inn. His eyes met mine, filled with a desperate plea. Stop it, protagonist's name, stop it. With a roar of desperate courage, I held up the iron key, pointing it at the shadowy limb. Get away from him, I screamed, my voice raw. As if struck by an invisible force, the moment the key was aimed, a blinding flash of silver blue light erupted from its intricate carvings. It wasn't a physical light, but a surge of pure energy, a wave of repulsion that slammed into the dweller's limb. The creature shrieked again, a more piercing pain sound this time. The limb spasmed violently, its grip on Frank loosening. It recoiled with astonishing speed, retreating back into the darkness of the inn service hall, hissing and churning with what looked like pure agony. The dented steel door, its hinges warped, shuddered as the creature pulled back its monstrous appendage, the faint blue light from the key fading. Frank collapsed onto the concrete, gasping for breath, clutching his ankle. Clara immediately knelt beside him, checking his leg. It's broken, Frank whimpered, his face pale, sweat beading on his forehead. The ankle, and my head feels like a freight train hit me. We have to go, Clara urged, her voice strained as she tried to help Frank. It won't stay back for long. That key had bought us time, but it's enraged now. The silence that followed the dweller's shriek was deafening. The thrumming had stopped, the dragging had stopped. But the cold, the smell, and the crushing sense of malevolent presence remained, radiating from the now silent inn like a malicious beacon. I can't walk, Frank grimaced, attempting to push himself up, only to collapse again with a groan. Go, both of you, leave me. No, I exclaimed, shaking my head. We're not leaving you, Frank. Clara looked at the inn, then at Frank, then back at the inn. Her face was a mask of grim determination. We can't carry him, and we can't stay here. She pulled out her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. I'm calling for help, not the police, not an ambulance, a trusted contact off the books, but it'll take time. Too much time, I said, looking at the bent service door. The gap was wide enough for something to squeeze through. The silence was unnerving. It felt like the dweller was regrouping, gathering its strength, or perhaps just waiting for us to make a mistake. What else did Silas tell you about that key, Frank? I asked, holding up the now inert iron key. It still felt warm, but the light was gone. Frank, wincing in pain, looked at the key. He said it was forged in the deep earth, imbued with certain energies. It was meant to seal the breach, the subcellar, the root of the dweller's power, but he said it had other properties, a ward of last resort against the full manifestation, but only for a short time. It drains its energy with each use. He coughed, then continued, his voice weak. The Blackwoods, they buried it deep within the hidden room to keep it safe and to keep it from being used carelessly. So the key was powerful but finite, a last resort, and we had used its power perhaps prematurely. Clara, can you drive Frank to a safe place? I asked, a plan desperate and terrifying forming in my mind. I need to go back in. Clara stared at me aghast. Are you mad after what just happened? After seeing that thing, it almost had Frank. You have the grimoires. We have what we came for. We have to leave. It reacted to me, Clara, I said, looking from her to the dark, silent inn. It chose me, the tether, it's stronger with me, and it knows I have the key and the grimoires. I held up the heavy backpack. If we just leave, it will follow, or it will break free entirely. The containment is failing. The inn, it's a living trap, and it's about to burst open. But what do you intend to do? Clara asked, her voice laced with desperate worry. Silas said the key was for the subcellar, I replied, my gaze fixed on the inn. The root of the dweller's power. If we used it as a ward of last resort, maybe it can be used to reinforce the seal, to buy us more time, maybe even to banish it if the grimoires hold the secret. Frank, despite his pain, looked at me with renewed hope and a hint of fear. He said the key had to be taken to its source, the source of the darkness, the deepest part of the cellar, to reinforce the binding. Exactly, I said, my resolve hardening. And Henderson is looking for me, I'm the bait. If I go back in armed with the key and the knowledge from these books, I might be able to draw its attention away from you both and then find a way to use this key to find the subcellar and seal it. It's a suicide mission, protagonist's name, Clara exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. You have no idea what you're up against, we just barely escaped. And we have valuable information now, I countered, tapping the backpack. We can't just run, not now, we have to finish this. Take Frank, get him to safety. Get these grimoires to a place where you can study them. Figure out what the key means, how to use it properly. I'll go for the subcellar, I'll buy you time. No, Frank whispered, pushing Clara's hand away. He looked at me, his eyes full of a strange mix of regret and admiration. You can't go alone, I know that cellar better than anyone. I know the old passages, the weak points, and I know how to use this. He gestured to his pipe wrench. Not much use against that, he said, nodding towards the inn, but against a locked door or a broken pipe or even a desperate man, it'll do. Frank, your leg, Clara protested. It's broken, not dead, Frank gritted out, already trying to push himself into a sitting position. He was old, injured, but his spirit was fierce. I'm not letting a young fellow walk into that hell alone, not when I know the way. Silas trusted me with secrets. This is my duty too, he looked at me. But you need to tell me everything from those books, what to look for, what it means. I looked at Clara, then at Frank. They were both right. Going in alone was suicide, but going in with Frank, crippled as he was still a monumental risk. Yet his knowledge of the inn, particularly the subcellar, was invaluable. He knew the building's deepest secrets, its hidden paths, and his presence, his sheer stubborn determination, was strangely comforting. Okay, I said, making the decision. But you ride on my back, Frank, I'll carry you. Clara, you take the car, get to safety, and start deciphering these grimoires. Find out what the Blackwoods really intended. Find out how to stop this thing once and for all. And if we don't come out, if you don't hear from us by dawn, you expose Henderson. You tell the world everything. Clara looked at us, her face pale in the faint moonlight, a flicker of despair in her eyes. But then her gaze hardened, a spark of the old investigative fire returning. I'll get to work, she said, her voice firm. But you both come back alive, both of you. She reached into her bag, pulling out a small, old-fashioned silver crucifix on a chain. My grandmother S. It may not do much good against an ancient darkness, but perhaps a little faith, a little light. Keep it close, protagonist's name. I took the crucifix, the silver surprisingly cold against my skin. It felt like a small, fragile anchor to a world of hope and belief that suddenly seemed very far away. We need to be faster this time, Frank instructed, his voice low and urgent as I helped him hoist himself onto my back. He was heavier than I expected, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins lent me strength. The subcellar access, it's not far from the old kitchen, but it's hidden. Even Henderson's father had trouble finding it, from what Silas said. He just sealed it from the outside once he found it, hoping to forget about it. And you know how to get to it? I asked, adjusting my grip, trying to secure Frank as best I could. Frank grunted, wincing, took some poking around after Silas gave me clues. It's an old dumbwaiter shaft disguised as a utility closet in the corner of the main pantry just off the old kitchen. Goes down deeper than the regular cellar, goes right to the caves, right to the source. Clara helped us get situated, making sure Frank was as comfortable as possible despite his broken ankle. She pressed a second flashlight into my hand. Be careful, for God's sake, be careful. She squeezed my arm, a look of profound worry and respect in her eyes. Good luck, protagonist's name, Frank. With a final nod, Clara turned and sprinted towards her car, vanishing into the darkness of the logging trail. Frank and I stood at the threshold of the Blackwood Inn, the bent service door a gaping maw into the unknown. The silence from within was absolute, but the crushing weight of the dweller's presence, its ancient malevolence, was heavier than ever. It was waiting. All right, kid, Frank whispered into my ear, his voice surprisingly steady. Let's go finish this. I took a deep breath, the metallic scent of decay filling my lungs. I held the iron key in one hand, the silver crucifix clutched in the other, and with Frank on my back, I pushed open the mangled service door. We stepped back into the darkness of the Blackwood Inn. The cold was immediate and profound, a physical assault. The air was thick, heavy, almost viscous with the presence of the dweller. The metallic earthy scent was overpowering, laced with something else now, a faint, sickly sweet aroma like decaying flowers that was somehow even more unsettling. The service hall was still and silent, the emergency lights casting long, dancing shadows. The mangled elevator doors remained open, a black rectangle leading to oblivion. And the grand staircase where the monstrosity had descended was empty. But the viscous, glistening slime I had glimpsed on the creature was now smeared across the marble steps, leaving an undeniable trail of its passage. A faint, glistening residue, like a snail's track but thick and oily, seeped into the stone. "Stay alert," Frank whispered, his voice hoarse, his breath warm against my ear. "It's laying a trap, it wants you, it wants those books." I nodded, my grip tightening on the iron key. The backpack with the grimoires felt like a lead weight, yet also like a vital shield. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee, but a deeper, grimmer resolve had taken root. I was here to finish this, to prevent the catastrophe Clara had warned of. We moved cautiously, following the same path we had taken before, but with a new sense of urgency and dread. I could feel the dweller's eyes on me, a constant psychic pressure, a cold probing that tried to penetrate my thoughts. The tether to Evelyn Thorne was there too, a faint, mournful hum beneath the overwhelming presence of the ancient evil. As we navigated the pantries, a low, guttural growl echoed from somewhere deep within the inn's structure, a sound that seemed to rumble through the very floorboards beneath my feet. It was closer now, much closer. "The old kitchen," Frank directed, pointing a shaky finger. "It's waiting there." We reached the entrance to the old kitchen. It was shrouded in an unnatural gloom, far darker than the surrounding corridors. No moonlight filtered through the high window anymore. It was as if the room itself was swallowing the light. "It's not in the room, is it?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "No," Frank replied, his voice strained. "It's around the room, it's trying to funnel us." We stepped into the old kitchen. The air here was even colder, the sweet, cloying smell of decay thick in my throat. The immense hearth where we had found the hidden room loomed like a dark maw. "The dumbwaiter shaft," Frank directed, his voice urgent. "It's in that utility closet over there." He pointed to a nondescript wooden door in the far corner of the kitchen, partially obscured by stacks of old, broken crates. As I began to move towards it, a new presence made itself known. Not the crushing weight of the dweller, but something more specific, more intimate, a freezing breath on my neck, a whisper right beside my ear. "Don't go, he's waiting, he wants you." It was Evelyn Thorne, her voice thin and reedy, a mere echo of sound, yet filled with profound terror and a desperate warning. She was trying to warn me, or was she trying to lure me? My blood ran cold. I almost stumbled, the weight of Frank making me unsteady. "What is it?" Frank whispered, his body tensing on my back. "Evelyn," I muttered, my teeth chattering. "She's here, she's trying to talk to me." "Help me, he won't let me go, he wants to keep me." A wave of profound sorrow mixed with a chilling, possessive anger washed over me, a direct psychic injection from Evelyn. Her emotions, raw and desperate, flooded my mind. It was a torment beyond comprehension, endless and inescapable. Then from the shadows she appeared. Not the full monstrous manifestation I had seen in room 616, but a semi-transparent shimmering apparition. Her skeletal hands were outstretched, her broken jaw still hanging open in a silent scream, her tattered nightgown fluttering as if in a phantom breeze. She floated a few feet away, her empty eye sockets fixed on me, on the key in my hand. "The key, it hurts him, but it hurts me too, it binds us all." Her words were like shards of ice in my mind. The key bound the dweller, but also its victims. Was that why she was trying to warn me away? Did she want the dweller to be free, hoping to be released from its torment, even if it meant unleashing it on the world? "Ignore her," Frank urged, his voice tight. "It's a trick, a desperate attempt to distract you. It feeds on suffering, her suffering." The spectral form of Evelyn Thorne solidified slightly, her outstretched hands now seeming to reach for the backpack on my shoulders, for the grimoires within. A wave of possessive hunger emanated from her, mingled with her grief. "Mine the knowledge, he wants to control it." "No," I said, shaking my head, my voice firm despite the terror. "This isn't just yours, Evelyn, this is about everyone, this is about stopping him." As I spoke, Evelyn Thorne's form flickered, her translucent features contorting in what looked like pain or perhaps rage. The sweet, cloying smell intensified, now mingled with a sharp, metallic tang. Then a sound, not a growl, not a shriek, but a low, wet gurgle from the shadows behind her. And from the darkness, a massive, shadowy form began to coalesce, its immense bulk slowly pressing forward, its grotesque, multifaceted eyes glowing with renewed malevolence. The dweller was truly here, fully manifest, drawn by the key, by the grimoires, by my presence. Evelyn Thorne's spectral form recoiled, shrinking back, her phantom hands covering her face, a silent scream escaping her spectral throat. She was terrified of it, even as it used her. "Go protagonist's name now," Frank yelled, jabbing his finger towards the utility closet. I didn't need to be told twice. I lunged forward, stumbling over a loose floorboard but maintaining my balance. The utility closet door was a simple, unpainted wooden panel, indistinguishable from the other cupboards in the kitchen. But as I reached for it, the immense, shadowy mass of the dweller suddenly surged forward, a wave of palpable darkness and icy dread washing over me. It moved with surprising speed, its viscous, scraping form filling the entire expanse of the old kitchen, cutting off my path to the closet. "The key," Frank screamed. "Use the key." I didn't hesitate. I held up the iron key, aiming it at the oncoming monstrosity. Again, a searing burst of silver-blue energy erupted from the key, a shockwave of repulsion that slammed into the dweller. The creature shrieked, a sound of ancient agony, and recoiled, its amorphous bulk churning and writhing, pulling back from the searing light. The foul, sickly sweet smell intensified, almost unbearable. The light from the key held it at bay, but only barely. The creature's immense form pressed against the invisible barrier, its glowing eyes fixed on me, on the key, with an unholy hatred. The psychic pressure was immense, trying to crush my mind, to force me to drop the key. "The closet now," Frank gasped, pointing with urgency. I scrambled forward, reaching the utility closet door. My hand closed around the cold metal doorknob. It was locked. "Locked," I yelled, pulling at it. "The pipe wrench," Frank cried, struggling to extract it from his belt, then thrusting it into my hand. "Pry it, it's an old lock, weak wood." With renewed desperation, I jammed the flat end of the wrench into the gap between the door and the frame, just above the lock. I put all my weight into it, straining. The wood groaned, splinters flying. Behind me, the silver-blue light from the key flickered, growing noticeably weaker. The dweller, sensing its diminishment, began to press forward again, its amorphous mass slowly, relentlessly encroaching. The air grew colder, thick with its vile essence. Evelyn Thorne's spectral form flickered in the periphery, a silent, terrified witness. "It's losing power," Frank cried, his voice laced with terror. "Hurry." I gritted my teeth, pushing harder. The wood around the lock finally splintered with a sharp crack. The lock itself, old and rusted, broke free with a sickening pop. The door swung inwards, revealing not a closet, but a dark, gaping shaft stretching downwards into impenetrable blackness. The air that rushed out from it was even colder, even more pungent, with the metallic earthy scent, mixed now with the smell of damp stone and something else, something incredibly ancient and profoundly evil. "This is it," Frank breathed, a desperate hope in his voice. "The dumbwaiter shaft, the path to the subcellar, the route." The silver-blue light from the iron key died completely, plunging the old kitchen into deeper gloom. The only light now came from my small lead flashlight, which I quickly flicked on. The dweller, no longer repelled, lunged forward with astonishing speed, its amorphous mass surging across the floor towards us. It was a wave of pure, concentrated horror, imbued with ancient, insatiable hunger. "Go protagonist's name," Frank yelled, his voice cracking. I didn't hesitate. I stepped through the door into the blackness of the shaft, Frank still clinging to my back. The backpack full of grimoires bumped against the wooden frame. Just as I squeezed through, the monstrous form of the dweller slammed against the entrance, its amorphous bulk trying to force its way into the narrow shaft. Its viscous, glowing eyes, now almost touching the frame, fixed on me, on the key in my hand, with a furious, ancient hunger. A guttural roar, both physical and psychic, erupted from its depths, shaking the very foundations of the inn. I felt a massive impact against my back, as if the creature was trying to pin me, to force its way in with me. The grimoires in the backpack absorbed some of the blow, but the force was immense. I stumbled, losing my footing, plunging downwards into the darkness. Frank cried out as we fell. My flashlight beam danced wildly, illuminating a narrow, rough-hewn shaft, lined with crumbling stone and rotting wooden supports. It was indeed an old dumbwaiter shaft, but adapted perhaps by the Blackwoods to serve as a secret passage. I scrabbled desperately at the rough walls, trying to slow our descent, but the fall was too sudden, too steep. I hit something hard below, a wooden platform with a bone-jarring impact. Frank cried out again, the wind knocked out of him. My head slammed against a hard surface, and for a moment stars exploded behind my eyes. The flashlight, thank God, was still clutched in my hand, its beam still working. It illuminated a small, dank, circular chamber, clearly carved from the bedrock. The air was thick with the metallic earthy stench, overwhelming now, like being submerged in pure decay. And the cold, it was absolute, piercing to the bone. Above us, the narrow opening we had fallen through was a small, distant square of light, framed by the thrashing, shadowy bulk of the dweller, its enraged growls echoing down the shaft. It couldn't follow us, not through such a narrow opening, but it was still trying, its malicious intent palpable. You all right, kid? Frank gasped, his voice weak. He was still clinging to my back, his face pale. His ankle was throbbing, but he was conscious. Yeah, I said, gritting my teeth against the pain in my head. My head throbbed, a dull ache spreading from the point of impact. I felt a sticky warmth at my temple, but the rush of adrenaline pushed it to the back of my awareness. Frank slumped on my back, groaned again, his weight pressing into me. My legs, still trembling from the fall and the strain of carrying him, fought to remain upright. The air was a suffocating blanket of cold and decay. Frank, you still with me? I gasped, my voice raw. I just winded, he managed, his breath ragged, and this bloody ankle is singing a new tune. He shifted slightly, his good hand reaching up to touch his own head. You took a hit, kid, you're bleeding. I ignored it, my flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. We were in a small, rough-hewn chamber, perhaps 10 feet in diameter, carved crudely from the surrounding rock. The walls glistened with dampness, a thick slimy moss clinging to patches of stone. A narrow, uneven tunnel, little more than a crawl space, opened off one side, disappearing into the gloom. The floor was rough bedrock, slick with moisture. Above us, the opening of the shaft was still framed by the churning, shadowy mass of the dweller, its enraged growls echoing down, reverberating through the stone. Its multifaceted eyes glowed with furious malice, fixed on us, unable to reach but still a potent, terrifying presence. The air pressure from its thrashing seemed to buffet us, even at this depth. It can't get us here, not directly, Frank whispered, a flicker of grim relief in his voice. The shaft's too narrow for its bulk, but it knows we're here. It'll try other ways. Other ways? I asked, my blood turning to ice. The inn is connected deep down, Frank explained, his voice strained. Old tunnels, natural caves, the Blackwoods built around a network. It can move through those. He pointed with a shaky finger towards the narrow tunnel. That's our way. That's the start of the path to the route. We have to go deeper. The idea of venturing further into the Blackwood Inn's subterranean labyrinth, with a broken ankle and a bleeding head and an ancient monstrosity in pursuit, was almost paralyzing. But the alternative, staying here, waiting for the dweller to find another way, was worse. We had the key, the grimoires. We had to use them. Okay, I said, gritting my teeth. Which way? Frank directed me, his instructions precise despite his pain. The tunnel narrows, we'll have to crawl. It goes down, slow and steady. There's an old well shaft further in, sealed off. That's the real path down. The Blackwoods used the dumbwaiter as a decoy. I carefully maneuvered myself, Frank still on my back, towards the narrow opening. The backpack, heavy with the grimoires, caught on the rough stone, making me wince. I had to shed it to get through. Hold on, I mumbled, carefully easing Frank off my back, lowering him to a sitting position on the damp stone floor. I can't get through this with you in the pack. Right, Frank gasped, leaning against the cold wall. Give me the light, you go first. Push the pack in ahead of you, then crawl. I'll follow, use my good leg to slide. It was a slow, agonizing process. I pushed the backpack, then squeezed myself into the tunnel, my body scraping against the rough rock. The air grew even colder, thick with the smell of damp earth and deep, ancient things. My flashlight beam cut through the absolute blackness, revealing glistening wet rock and roots clinging to the ceiling. Frank, with surprising grit, managed to slide himself into the tunnel entrance. He was slower, his groans echoing in the confined space, but he kept moving. His resolve, even amidst his pain and terror, was unwavering. His eyes, when they caught the beam of my flashlight, were determined. Silas said, the deeper you go, the older the wards get, Frank whispered, his voice echoing eerily. And the more restless the dweller becomes, this is its domain. The crawl felt endless. The tunnel twisted and turned, always descending, a suffocating journey into the guts of the earth. Every rustle, every drip of water, every distant groan of the inn's settling foundations sent shivers down my spine. The psychic pressure from the dweller, though distant now, remained a dull, throbbing ache behind my eyes. It was like a monstrous shadow stretching across the vastness of the inn, its attention still fixed on us. Finally, after what felt like an hour but was probably only 20 minutes, the tunnel opened into a larger, cavernous space. My flashlight beam illuminated a vast natural cave, far larger than any part of the inn I had seen above ground. The ceiling was lost in shadows, but stalactites hung like ancient teeth, dripping water into unseen pools. The air here was even colder, resonating with a deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very bedrock. And in the center of the cavern, a massive, ancient well shaft descended into an even deeper abyss. It was circular, lined with perfectly cut megalithic stones that seemed too ancient, too precise to have been carved by human hands. Iron chains, thick and rusted, hung down into its depths, disappearing into the darkness. The well, Frank breathed, his voice filled with awe and dread. This is it, the Blackwood's true secret, the source. The metallic earthy smell here was overwhelming, so potent it tasted like iron and wet soil on my tongue. The sickly sweet aroma of decay was also present, but now mixed with a sharp, ozone-like tang, as if raw power was constantly discharging in the air. What is this place, Frank? I whispered, my voice trembling. A natural spring, Silas said, Frank replied, his breath hitching. But more than that, a nexus, a place where the veil between worlds is thin. The Blackwoods didn't just build on it, they harnessed it. They built the inn to contain something that lurked here in the depths. He gestured to the iron chains. Those are the original bindings, ancient wards carved into the stone, but they're failing. My flashlight beam danced across the stone lining of the well, revealing intricate swirling patterns, not unlike those on the iron key. They pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible blue light, like dying embers. "We need to go down," I stated, swallowing hard. The sheer depth of the well, the impenetrable blackness, was terrifying. Frank agreed, pushing himself up, leaning heavily on me. "But carefully, those chains, they're old, and whatever's down there, it doesn't want us to come closer." As if on cue, a low, reverberating thrum pulsed from the depths of the well, a sound that shook the very ground beneath our feet. The water in the unseen pools around us rippled, reflecting the faint blue light of the wards. A chilling wind, heavy with the scent of ozone and decay, rushed up from the abyss. And then from the blackness below, a sound emerged, not the growl of the dweller, but a low, mournful, guttural moan, a sound of immense suffering and ancient power. It was the sound of something trapped, something immense, something struggling against its eternal prison. It was the sound of the root. "It knows we're here," I murmured, my hand instinctively going to the iron key, then to the silver crucifix. "It feels the key," Frank corrected, his voice tight with fear. "It feels the intent to use it, it's weakening, and it's enraged." The massive well was the only way down. The chains were our only ladder. I tested one, pulling hard. It seemed sturdy enough, but rust flaked off in my hands. "I'll go first," I said, "with the grimoires. Frank, can you manage the climb with your ankle?" "Don't underestimate an old man's spite, kid," Frank grumbled, but his face was pale. "I'll come, but you need to tell me what those books say, what we're looking for, what Silas said about sealing it." I fumbled with the backpack, pulling out the large, unadorned grimoire that had called to me earlier. It felt heavier now, colder, thrumming with a faint, disturbing energy. I also pulled out a few others Clara had deemed important. I flipped through the heavy pages of the largest one, illuminated by my flashlight. The script was archaic, filled with strange symbols and disturbing illustrations. But one passage, written in a clear, bold hand, immediately caught my eye. It was almost like a warning or an instruction manual. "The abyssal heart, its tether once broken, may only be restored by the blood in the binding. The key, forged in pure iron, holds the seal, but the seal must be reset at the heart itself by one whose spirit it seeks to claim, else its hunger shall devour all." "Blood and binding," I muttered, my heart sinking. "One whose spirit it seeks to claim, that's me." Frank looked at the book over my shoulder, his eyes wide. "Silas mentioned blood and binding. He always said it was a ritual. The Blackwoods used to perform it every generation to reinforce the containment, but it was lost. Or rather, the knowledge of how was lost after the last true Blackwood died. They couldn't do it anymore. That's when the inn started to truly weaken." "So we need a ritual?" I asked, scanning the page for more information. "And your blood, by the sounds of it," Frank added grimly, "and something to bind it with." The air in the cavern shimmered, and a faint, thin wail echoed from the darkness of the cave system far beyond the well. It was Evelyn Thorne, her lamenting call now filled with a desperate urgency, as if warning us, or perhaps beckoning us. "We need to find out what the binding is," I said, pushing the grimoire back into the pack. "And we need to get to the heart." Carefully, painfully, we began our descent. I went first, testing each chain link, my flashlight beam piercing the inky blackness below. The cold deepened with every foot we descended, the metallic earthy smell becoming almost suffocating. The rhythmic hum from the well's depths grew louder, an unsettling pulse that vibrated through my very bones. Frank followed, his progress agonizingly slow. He used his good leg to push off the well's stone casing, his hands gripping the rusty chains with surprising strength. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of determination and agony, but he didn't complain. His loyalty to Silas, and now to this desperate mission, was unwavering. The descent seemed to stretch on forever. The well was impossibly deep. My muscles ached, my head throbbed, and the grimoires felt like a crushing weight in my backpack. I could feel the cold, probing awareness of the dweller's root power below us, a vast, ancient malevolence that pulsed with a deep, cosmic dread. It was like descending into the maw of a sleeping leviathan. After what felt like an eternity, my feet finally touched solid ground. The flashlight beam revealed a small, natural ledge barely wide enough for us to stand on. Below, the well continued its descent, but here the stone lining had changed. It was smoother, darker, almost obsidian, and pulsed with the same faint, dying blue light of the wards. And directly below this ledge, the well widened dramatically, opening into a vast, underground lake. The water was unnaturally still, black as pitch, reflecting no light, absorbing it all. It stretched into the darkness, its edges lost in the gloom of the massive subterranean chamber. From its center, a faint, sickly green glow emanated, pulsing rhythmically like a demonic heart. "The abyssal heart," Frank whispered, his voice hushed with reverence and terror. "That's it, the source, the root." The green glow pulsed, and with each beat, a wave of profound cold emanated from the water, accompanied by an intense surge of that metallic earthy smell, now so strong it stung my eyes and throat. The rhythmic moan, the sound of ancient suffering, was deafening here, reverberating off the cavern walls. But it wasn't just the moaning. As the green light pulsed, I could make out shapes moving beneath the black water. Indistinct, shadowy forms writhing and twisting, their movements slow and agonizing as if bound by unseen forces, and among them a faint, shimmering humanoid shape, Evelyn Thorne. He pulls us, he feeds, he will consume. Her psychic whisper was clear now, amplified by our proximity to the source. It was filled with profound despair, a bottomless pit of suffering. She was one of the many trapped within the abyssal heart, a part of its ghastly energy. "They're trapped," Frank said, his voice grim as if reading my thoughts. Silas believed the dweller drew them in, fed on their essence, their terror. The inn was supposed to contain it in them, but the containment is failing. The air here was electric with malevolence. The obsidian-like stone around the well pulsed with the dying blue light of the wards, flickering like a faulty light bulb. It was clear the Blackwood's containment was at its breaking point. "We need to get closer to the heart," I said, pushing down the surge of revulsion. "To use the key, but how?" Frank, despite his injured ankle, looked around, his eyes scanning the cavern. There, an old bridge, barely visible. My flashlight beam followed his gaze. Indeed, arching over the black water from our ledge to a small central island where the green glow originated was a narrow, precarious-looking stone bridge. It was partially collapsed in places, overgrown with thick, glistening black moss, but it seemed to hold. "That's the altar," Frank stated, his voice barely a whisper, "where the Blackwoods perform their rituals, where the binding must be done." As we stared at the bridge, the cavern around us began to come alive. From the many shadowy tunnels that opened into the main chamber, forms began to coalesce. Not the immense, manifest dweller we had seen upstairs, but smaller, spectral entities, ghosts. The victims of the Blackwood Inn, drawn to the heart, their forms translucent and shimmering, their faces twisted in silent screams, their hands reaching, imploring, accusing. "Free us, release us, avenge us." Their psychic whispers, a chorus of despair and rage, flooded my mind, pressing in, threatening to overwhelm me. The silver crucifix in my hand felt colder, heavier, useless against such a tide of suffering. "They're trying to stop us," Frank said, his voice strained. "Or perhaps they want to be released, whatever the cost." One of the spectral figures, translucent and skeletal, drifted closer. Its empty eye sockets fixed on me, on the iron key in my hand. It was Evelyn Thorne. "Don't bind him. If you bind him, you bind us forever." Her voice was a direct, agonizing plea in my mind. She wanted release, not renewed imprisonment. "But if we release him, Evelyn, he will devour the world," I argued mentally, trying to maintain my focus. "He will take countless more, you know that." Her spectral form flickered, her face contorting, a mix of despair and a terrible, ancient resignation. "Then let him take, let it all end, the suffering is too great." Her words were chilling. The dweller's influence was insidious, turning even its victims into instruments of its own release. "Ignore them," Frank commanded, his voice firm, startling me back to the present. "Their pain is a weapon. The dweller uses them. Focus, protagonist's name, the ritual, the binding." I gritted my teeth. He was right. We couldn't save them all, not by releasing a monster. We had to save the world. Frank, with great effort, pulled the largest grimoire from my backpack. "We need to find the specific ritual for the binding," he said, his hands shaking slightly as he flipped through the aged pages. "Silas said it would be encoded, something only a Blackwood could easily decipher, but we have to try." The spectral forms pressed closer, their cold, ethereal presence chilling me to the bone. They floated around us, their cries of suffering a psychic assault. My head throbbed, my connection to Evelyn Thorne flaring with her desperate pleas. "The abyssal heart, its tether once broken, may only be restored by the blood in the binding." I repeated the key phrase from the grimoire, trying to focus. "We have the key. We have the blood mine, apparently, but the binding, what is it?" Frank, squinting at the cryptic text in the grimoire, pointed to a section filled with diagrams and symbols. "Here it speaks of resonating energies, of sacred anchors. It's not a physical thing, protagonist's name. It's a focal point of power, a conduit." He traced a diagram with his finger. "It mentions the Blackwood sigil engraved into the heart of the altar. It needs to be activated with focused intent, and the key." He looked up, his eyes meeting mine. "It means you have to do it, protagonist's name. You're the focus. The dweller chose you, bonded with you. You are the conduit for the new tether. The Blackwoods were blood-bound to it, generation after generation. You're the next in line, in a way." The weight of his words settled on me, cold and heavy. I was chosen. I was the key, the binding, and the sacrifice. "The sigil needs to be activated by the blood of the tether," Frank continued, pointing to another passage, his voice barely audible above the rising hum of the abyssal heart and the cries of the trapped souls. "And the key must be plunged into the heart at the moment of resonance." "Plunged into the heart," I repeated, looking at the black water and the sickening green glow. "Into the water." "Yes," Frank confirmed, his face grim. "It's the source, the well, it's where it's tethered to our world. The key will draw its power, amplify the wards, and re-establish the binding. but it's a dangerous path. If you fail, if the binding is not strong enough, then the dweller breaks free entirely. The very thought sent a tremor of pure terror through me. The consequences of failure were unimaginable. And what about the focused intent? I asked, trying to grasp all the details. Frank pointed to another part of the grimoire. It mentions a mind unburdened by fear, a will unbent by its malice, a focused intent to contain, to bind, to hold the line. He looked at me, a profound worry in his eyes. You have to be strong, protagonist's name, stronger than you've ever been. You have to shut out the fear, the whispers, the pain, and especially Evelyn. She will try to break you. He was right. Evelyn's pleas were like daggers to my conscience. Her suffering was immense, but the choice was clear, the world or her impossible release. I'll do it, I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. I have to. Then we go to the altar, Frank said, pushing himself up, leaning heavily on me, carefully and quickly. We began to move across the precarious stone bridge, the black water churning below, reflecting the sickly green glow of the heart. The spectral figures swirled around us, their cries intensifying, their cold forms passing through us, chilling us to the bone. Evelyn Thorne's apparition was among them, her face a mask of sorrow and desperation, her voice a relentless plea in my mind. Don't, please, it is too much. Let him go, let us go. I focused on the bridge, on the crumbling stone, on the need to place one foot in front of the other. I pushed Evelyn's voice away along with the clamoring of the other souls. My resolve hardened. I gripped the iron key, its cold metal a grounding force in my hand. The silver crucifix clutched in my other hand seemed to offer a faint, almost imperceptible warmth against my palm. The bridge seemed impossibly long, the distance to the altar growing with each slow, agonizing step. The weight of Frank on my back, combined with the heavy backpack in my throbbing head, made every movement a Herculean effort. Finally, we reached the small, circular island in the center of the cavern. It was made of the same obsidian-like stone, smooth and dark, reflecting the green glow from the water. In its center, carved into the stone, was a large, intricate symbol, the Blackwood Sigil. It was a complex array of interlocking geometric shapes and swirling lines etched deep into the bedrock, faintly shimmering with the same dying blue light as the well walls. This was the altar. Frank slid off my back, collapsing to his knees beside the sigil, his face pale and contorted with pain. This is it, protagonist's name, he gasped, pointing to a small, shallow indentation in the center of the sigil. The blood, it goes here, and the key into the heart. I knelt beside him, my heart hammering against my ribs. The green glow from the water was almost blinding here, pulsing with rhythmic intensity. The deep, guttural moan of the abyssal heart was deafening, filling the entire cavern with its tortured sound. The psychic whispers of the trapped souls were a deafening chorus, clawing at my mind, trying to break my focus. Stop, don't do it, free US, avenge US. Evelyn Thorne's face materialized before me, close, her spectral eyes burning with desperate pleading. He will consume you, he will add you to his collection, you will suffer forever. I won't, I whispered, my voice trembling, I have to try. I pulled out my small utility knife, the same one Clara had sharpened, the one she had used to try and hack at the dweller's limb. My hand shook, but I forced it steady. This was the blood component, my blood, the blood of the tether. Taking a deep breath, I pressed the tip of the knife against my palm just above the silver crucifix mark. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, the magnitude of the act dawning on me. This was not just a cut, it was a pact, a sacrifice. Then with a decisive motion, I drew the blade across my skin. A sharp sting and a line of crimson welled up bright against my pale skin. Blood, my blood. Carefully, I squeezed my hand, letting the drops fall into the indentation in the center of the Blackwood sigil. The moment the first drop touched the stone, the sigil pulsed with a blinding flash of blue light far brighter than anything we had seen before. The light surged outwards, pushing back the spectral figures, silencing their cries for a moment. They recoiled, shrieking in unison, their forms flickering and distorting as if in pain. Evelyn Thorne's form was thrown back with the others, her silent scream echoing in my mind. The blue light from the sigil pulsed in opposition to the sickly green glow of the abyssal heart, creating a dazzling, terrible conflict of energies in the cavern. The hum, the moan, the psychic pressure, everything intensified, building to an unbearable crescendo. Now protagonist's name, the key, plunge it into the heart. Frank yelled, his voice barely audible above the cacophony, his face alight with a desperate hope. I gripped the iron key. It was radiating immense power now, vibrating in my hand, burning cold. My mind, despite the chaos, felt strangely clear, focused by the blood, by the sigil, by the terrifying weight of the task. I stared at the green glow, the center of the abyssal heart, the source of the dweller's power. This was it, the moment of truth. With a surge of desperate resolve, I pushed myself to my feet. I held the iron key high, the Blackwood sigil beneath me pulsing with blue light, the trapped souls screaming in the periphery, the green glow of the heart beckoning below. I leaned over the edge of the altar, pushing past the overwhelming stench, the chilling cold, the sheer terror of what lay beneath. My eyes locked on the pulsing green light, the root of all this horror. For SILAS, for EVLYN, for everyone, I screamed, my voice echoing defiantly in the cavern, a solitary cry against ancient evil. Then with all my might, I plunged the iron key down, aiming for the center of the pulsing green light in the black water. The moment the key pierced the surface of the black water, a cataclysmic explosion of light and sound erupted. A blinding flash, a mixture of searing blue and virulent green, consumed the entire cavern. A deafening roar, a sound of ancient agony and fury, tore through the air, shaking the very foundations of the Blackwood Inn, reverberating through the earth itself. The water of the abyssal heart erupted, a monstrous geyser of black liquid and green light spraying upwards, showering the cavern in viscous, icy coldness. The iron key, now plunged deep into the source, pulsed with an unholy light, a conduit of raw power. The very ground beneath us bucked and groaned. The stone lining of the well, the stalactites, the cavern walls, everything shuddered violently, as if the entire mountain was tearing itself apart. I stumbled, almost losing my footing, saved only by Frank's desperate grip on my arm. The spectral forms of the trapped souls were caught in the maelstrom of light and energy. They shrieked, a chorus of pure agonized terror, their forms stretching and distorting, then imploding into brief bursts of white light like dying stars. Evelyn Thorne's spectral form, caught closest to the heart of the explosion, contorted in a final, agonizing scream that was both physical and psychic, a sound of unimaginable torment and perhaps release. Then she too dissolved into a burst of light, gone. The immense, churning form of the dweller, still visible in the shaft opening far above, let out a final, ear-splitting shriek, a roar of primal, unadulterated rage and pain, as if its very essence was being ripped asunder. Its multifaceted eyes, glowing red, suddenly dimmed, then extinguished, plunging the opening into complete darkness. Its shadowy bulk spasmed violently, then began to shrink, to dissipate, to dissolve back into the nothingness from which it had come. The seismic forces unleashed by the key's activation were immense. Cracks spiderwebbed across the cavern walls, stones rained down from the ceiling, and the earth groaned like a dying beast. The narrow bridge we had crossed groaned ominously, threatening to collapse. "It's working," Frank yelled, his voice hoarse, adrenaline overriding his pain. "The binding, it's drawing it back." The green glow of the abyssal heart began to recede, fading, dimming, as if its power was being drained, pulled back into a deeper dimension. The blue light from the sigil pulsed stronger now, no longer fighting but consolidating, asserting its dominance. The rhythmic moan from the depths lessened, becoming a faint, mournful hum, then slowly, agonizingly fading into silence. The cavern, once a maelstrom of light and sound, slowly began to settle. The light dimmed, the tremors lessened, the monstrous roar of the dweller faded into a faint echo, then nothing. The silence that followed was profound, absolute, broken only by the drip of water and the creak of the groaning rock. The black water of the abyssal heart was still, its surface calm, reflecting nothing. The green glow was gone. Only the iron key remained, plunged deep into its center, now glowing with a steady, faint blue light. The blackwood sigil beneath us pulsed with the same gentle blue, its intricate lines now vibrant, alive. The wards were restored, the binding was complete. I stood there, trembling, leaning heavily on Frank, my body aching, my mind reeling. The psychic pressure was gone. The cold, the stench, the overwhelming sense of malevolence, it was all receding, replaced by a strange, almost peaceful stillness. The air still carried the faint tang of ozone, but the putrefaction, the sickening sweetness was gone. "It's done," Frank whispered, his voice filled with awe. "You did it, protagonist's name, you bound it, you pulled it back." Relief, so potent it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. I had done it. We had done it. The world was safe. But then a new feeling began to emerge, a profound emptiness. The psychic tether to Evelyn Thorne, to the dweller, to the entire inn, it was gone, severed. I was no longer connected, no longer chosen. Just a person, exhausted and injured in a deep, dark cavern. And with that emptiness, a chilling realization dawned. The trapped souls, Evelyn Thorne among them, they were gone. They had dissolved into bursts of light, released perhaps, but at what cost? Were they truly free, or had they simply been reabsorbed, annihilated in the overwhelming power of the binding? The grimoire had warned of the blood in the binding, but it had not spoken of the fate of those caught within the tether. A wave of sorrow, deep and unexpected, swept over me. Evelyn's final, agonizing scream, her desperate pleas, had I done the right thing? Had I just condemned them to eternal oblivion in my quest to save the world? The price of the binding felt incredibly, terribly high. "Frank," I started, my voice hoarse, but then a new sound, faint but clear, broke through the quiet of the cavern. A slow, rhythmic thump-thump-thump. It was coming from the narrow tunnel we had used to enter the cavern, the tunnel that led back to the surface. My blood ran cold, the dweller's essence was gone, its connection severed, but there was another threat. Henderson, he knew we were here. He would have heard the seismic shifts, the roar. He would be coming, and he would not be coming alone. Frank's head snapped up, his eyes widening in the dim light. "Henderson," he breathed, his voice grim, "he's coming for us." The rhythmic thumping grew louder, closer, echoing through the tunnel. It was the heavy, purposeful tread of boots on stone, not a supernatural entity, but something far more tangible, far more immediate, human violence. We had faced an ancient evil and won. But the human element, the greed, the desperation of the Blackwoodin's current owner, was a threat we had not yet fully accounted for. I looked at Frank, then at the single, precarious bridge leading back from the altar, our only way out of this subterranean chamber. My grip tightened on the small utility knife, the one that had drawn my blood. The backpack with the remaining grimoires suddenly felt like a target painted on my back. The thumping grew louder, punctuated now by the scrape of stone and the low murmur of voices. They were close, too close. We were trapped deep within the bowels of the earth, exhausted, injured, and now facing an enemy with flesh and blood, an enemy who sought to exploit the very power we had just contained. The fight, it seemed, was far from over. Frank, we have to move now. I gripped his arm, pulling him towards the precarious bridge. My voice was a low growl filled with a renewed sense of urgency. The spectral threats had been terrifying, but this was different. This was tangible, human, and potentially far more brutal. Frank gritted his teeth, his pale face reflecting the faint blue light from the key in the abyssal heart. That bridge, it won't hold both of us under pressure, not for long, not with them coming. He struggled to his feet, leaning heavily on me, his eyes darting towards the tunnel entrance. They'll be armed, and Henderson, he'll be furious. The thumping grew louder, accompanied by the clang of metal against stone and now muffled voices barking orders. They were in the connecting tunnel, making their way to the cavern. We had perhaps minutes, if that. We have to try, I insisted, pulling him forward. The grimoires in my backpack felt like a target on my back. As we reached the first arch of the bridge, a thought struck me. The seismic activity, the roar of the dwellers rebinding, it would have been heard across the entire inn, likely shaking it to its foundations. What if the inn itself was compromised? Frank, the inn above, is it stable? I whispered, a new dread coiling in my gut. He grunted, wincing as he put weight on his injured ankle. Sila's always said the inn was alive, connected to the heart. If the heart thrashed, the inn would too. It might be structurally unsound, a house of cards. The implications were chilling. Even if we escaped Henderson, the inn itself could be a death trap. Just then, a voice, cold and laced with venom, echoed from the tunnel entrance. Well, if it isn't our brave little scavengers. Couldn't resist a second bite at the apple, could you? Henderson, he emerged from the narrow tunnel first, a powerful flashlight beam sweeping across the cavern. He held a handgun, its dark metal gleaming menacingly. Behind him, two hulking figures, his enforcers also armed, squeezed out of the passage. They all wore tactical gear, looking utterly out of place in the ancient, mystical cavern. Henderson's eyes locked onto me, then on Frank, then on the faint blue glow emanating from the abyssal heart where the key was plunged. A look of avarice and disbelief spread across his face, quickly turning to fury. You meddling fools, what have you done? He roared, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. He took a step forward, raising his gun. That's my inheritance, that's my power. It was never yours, Henderson, Frank yelled back, his voice surprisingly strong despite his pain. It was a curse, a prison, and now it's bound again. Bound? Henderson laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. You think a simple key can bind something like that? It's weakening it, making it vulnerable, making it mine for the taking, he gestured to his men. Get the grimoires, and bring me that key carefully. His men started to advance onto the bridge. The structure groaned under their combined weight. They were larger, stronger, and uninjured. Our chances were slim. Frank, can you? I started, looking at the collapsing bridge. Only one way to find out, kid, he rasped, his eyes fixed on Henderson. But we can't fight them here, we're too exposed. My eyes darted around the cavern, the water, the black, still water of the abyssal heart. The blue light from the key pulsed gently, a beacon of contained power. An idea, desperate and terrifying, flashed into my mind. Henderson, I yelled, my voice ringing out, you want this power, you want the source, come and get it yourself. I looked at Frank. Go now, get across, I'll buy you time. No, Frank protested, but I had already pushed him, almost throwing him forward onto the rickety bridge. I can't just leave you. Go, Frank, get the grimoires to Clara, tell her everything. I didn't wait for his response. I tore the backpack off my shoulders, pulling out the largest grimoire and shoving it into his hands. This one especially, the rest of the grimoires are still in the bag, take them. Frank, staggering, clutched the heavy grimoire to his chest. He hesitated for a second, a silent argument in his eyes, but then with a pained groan he began to limp, to stumble, to make his slow, agonizing way across the crumbling bridge. The backpack lighter now still contained a few other grimoires, but the most important one was with Frank. Henderson saw my maneuver and snarled, "Stop him, get the books." One of his men, a burly brute, lunged forward onto the bridge, ignoring the groaning stone. He grabbed Frank's shoulder, attempting to rip the grimoire away. No, I roared. With a burst of adrenaline, I kicked out, catching the man in the knee. He staggered, and Frank, with a desperate surge of strength, shoved him, sending the man sprawling onto the precarious bridge. More cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. Henderson, seeing his men momentarily distracted, aimed his gun at me. This ends now, boy. Drop the bag, or I'll put a hole in you and take it anyway. I stood my ground, my utility knife clutched in my bleeding hand, the silver crucifix still cold against my palm. I looked at Henderson at the cold, calculating greed in his eyes. He wouldn't hesitate, he never had. "You'll never get it, Henderson," I said, my voice low and steady. "Not from me, not from this place." With a desperate, defiant cry, I lunged forward, not at Henderson, but towards the edge of the altar. "What are you doing?" Henderson yelled, his eyes widening in alarm. I didn't answer. As I reached the lip of the obsidian altar, I threw the heavy backpack with the remaining grimoires with all my might into the black water of the abyssal heart, directly over where the key pulsed with its faint blue light. The moment the backpack hit the water, there was a faint plop followed by a shimmering ripple. The ancient stone of the altar pulsed briefly with blue light. The waters of the heart, having just contained immense power, absorbed the books, pulling them down into their impenetrable depths. They would be safe there, beyond Henderson's grasp, beyond anyone's, perhaps forever. Henderson roared in frustration and rage. "No, you idiot, you ruined them, you ruined everything." He raised his gun, his finger tightening on the trigger. But just as he was about to fire, the bridge groaned, a final sickening crack echoing through the cavern. The section of the bridge where his two men were wrestling with Frank suddenly gave way. With a desperate yell, the men, along with the collapsing stone, plunged into the black waters of the abyssal heart. There was a brief, horrified splash, then silence. The water rippled for a moment, then became still, reflecting nothing. Frank, thrown off balance by the collapse, had managed to scramble to the far ledge, clutching the grimoire to his chest. He was safe for now. Henderson stared aghast at the churning water where his men had just disappeared. His face was a mask of disbelief. "My men, what have you done?" "This place consumes, Henderson," I said, my voice a raw whisper. "It always has. You think you can control it. You think you can take its power." I pointed a trembling finger at him. "You're just another victim, just another sacrifice to its greed." Henderson, blinded by rage and shock, turned his gun on me again, but his moment of hesitation had cost him. As he turned, the ground beneath his feet, on the still intact section of the bridge leading to the altar, began to shudder. A loud, grinding roar filled the cavern, echoing from the tunnels above. Not the dwellers' roar, but the groan of failing architecture. The entire Blackwood Inn was collapsing. "The inn, it's going," Frank yelled from the far ledge, his voice filled with terror. "Get out, both of you." Henderson hesitated, glancing from me to the collapsing structure. His greed warred with his instinct for self-preservation. He raised his gun one last time, aiming at my head. "You're coming with me, you little worm." But before he could fire, the section of the bridge where he stood disintegrated. The stone beneath his feet simply crumbled, plunging him, with a final, choked scream of terror and fury, into the black water of the abyssal heart. He hit the surface with a splash, and for a moment I saw his frantic struggles, his head breaking the surface, gasping, eyes wide with horror as he looked at the key's faint blue glow. Then the water rippled once, became still, and he was gone, consumed. The cavern was silent, save for the increasing roar of the inn's collapse above. The grinding, booming sound was deafening now, rock and timber tearing apart, reverberating through the earth. Dust and debris began to rain down from the ceiling of the cavern. "The exit, it's going to seal," Frank screamed, pointing desperately to the narrow tunnel we had crawled through. I didn't need to be told twice. With a final glance at the serene, still black water of the abyssal heart, where the iron key now pulsed with a steady, gentle blue light, a silent guardian, a permanent seal, I pushed myself up. My body screamed in protest, but adrenaline was my only master now. I scrambled across the remaining, groaning section of the bridge to where Frank stood on the ledge. He was slumped against the wall, but his eyes were clear, focused on escape. "We have to go, Frank," I yelled, pulling him to his feet. "The tunnel, it's tight. I don't think I can make it, kid," he gasped, his leg giving out. "Yes, you can," I insisted, throwing his arm over my shoulders, taking his weight. "Lean on me, we go together." The cavern around us was tearing itself apart. More rock fell, narrowly missing us. The air was thick with dust and the smell of ancient earth. With every ounce of strength I had left, I dragged Frank to the narrow tunnel entrance. We squeezed in, Frank groaning in agony, but pushing, crawling, driven by sheer will. The tunnel was rough, even more so now with the shaking. We crawled inch by agonizing inch, the roar of the collapsing and growing ever louder behind us. Dust and small stones rained down on us. My head throbbed, my muscles burned, but the image of Clara's worried face, her instructions, pushed me forward. We had to make it out. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we burst out of the tunnel and into the first antechamber, the one where we had first fallen. The ceiling here was cracking, large fissures spreading across the rock. The old dumbwaiter shaft above us was completely choked with debris. Our path back up was gone. But ahead, a new path had opened. The shaking had collapsed a section of the wall, revealing a wider, rougher passage, clearly a natural cave system, leading upwards and away from the inn's direct foundations. That way, Frank yelled, pointing, his face grim. It'll take us out further down the hill away from the inn proper. It's an old escape route Sila's told me about, but it's unstable. We stumbled into the newly revealed passage, the sound of the inn's final collapse a deafening crescendo behind us. The ground bucked violently one last time, and a final, thunderous roar shook the entire mountain. The cave entrance behind us, the one leading to the Blackwood Inn's subcellar, sealed itself with a massive cascade of rock and earth. We were cut off, the inn was gone. We pushed on, Frank leaning heavily on me, his breath ragged, but his spirit unbroken. The new tunnel was long, winding upwards through damp, cold rock. It was a struggle, a brutal climb through the shaking earth, but the immediate, crushing terror of the dweller in Henderson was gone. Now it was just us against the mountain. As we finally emerged, gasping into the cold pre-dawn air, we found ourselves not far from the logging trail, but a good distance from where Clara had parked her car. The Blackwood Inn was gone. Where it had stood, a massive sinkhole now marred the earth, a deep, jagged maw of collapsed timber, shattered stone, and churned earth. Dust still plumed upwards, ghostly in the faint light. The silence after the roar was absolute, profound. "It's over," Frank whispered, sinking to the ground, his body finally giving out. He looked at the smoking crater. "It's finally over." My body ached in 1,000 places, my head throbbed, and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. But a wave of profound relief washed over me. We had done it. We had escaped. The dweller was contained, Henderson and his men consumed by their own greed, and the inn itself, the source of so much horror, was gone. But as the first faint rays of dawn touched the horizon, painting the sky in hues of soft pink and orange, a familiar sound reached my ears. The distant purr of a car engine. Clara. She came into view moments later, her car headlights cutting through the gloom, kicking up dust on the logging trail. She screeched to a halt, then leaped out of the car, her face a mixture of terror and immense relief when she saw us. She ran towards us, her eyes wide, then fixed on Frank, and the grimoire clutched to his chest. "Frank, protagonist's name, you're alive, what happened?" She knelt beside us, her hands flying over our injuries, her face etched with worry. "Your head, protagonist's name, Frank, your leg." "It's done, Clara," I managed, my voice hoarse, a tired smile touching my lips. "The dweller, it's bound, the inn, it's gone." Frank held up the grimoire. "And these are safe, the others, they're at the bottom of the abyssal heart now, no one will ever get to them again." Clara looked at the massive sinkhole, her eyes reflecting the growing dawn light, then back at us, her expression shifting from relief to a fierce, protective resolve. "Henderson?" she asked, her voice tight. "Gone," I confirmed, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. "Consumed, like everything else he tried to possess." Clara nodded slowly, a grim satisfaction in her eyes. "Good, then I don't have to expose him, but the world needs to know some of this. What happened here, what you two faced." She looked at me, then at Frank, then at the grimoire. "These books, they hold the truth, the Blackwood legacy, the binding ritual, everything. We need to study them, to understand, to make sure this never happens again." I nodded. The truth, it was a heavy burden, a story that defied belief. But it was our story now, and we had survived. Clara helped Frank into the backseat of her car, gently taking the grimoire from him. Then she turned to me, her gaze lingering on my injuries, but also on something deeper, something in my eyes. The horrors I had seen, the choices I had made, they had changed me. "Are you okay, really?" she asked, her voice soft. I looked back at the smoking crater, at the place where the Blackwood Inn had stood, where Evelyn and so many others had suffered. The profound emptiness was still there, a ghost of the psychic tether, but it was overlaid with a strange sense of peace. The world was safe. Evelyn and the others were released one way or another. "I'm okay, Clara," I said, a faint, weary smile on my face. "It's over." She squeezed my shoulder, then led me to the passenger seat. As I settled in, the dawn light broke fully over the horizon, washing the world in bright, hopeful colors. The nightmare was truly gone. The Blackwood Inn and the ancient evil it harbored had finally, definitively come to an end. We drove away, leaving the silent, scarred earth behind, carrying the weight of our secrets and the hope for a future free from the darkness we had faced. The story of the Blackwood Inn was over. Our story, however, was just beginning.